Losing credit cards. Yeah, same. Yeah, there you go. But it is insane. Looking at the results from yesterday.
Uh-oh. We've got some feedback, but that's okay. All right, let's see. Will Oth come? That's the question. That's the question we must ask ourselves. Mirror camera. I thought there was a way to stereo input, high resolution audio. It's not bad.
But what's interesting about the map stats for both of these teams just this stage is that they're pretty similar in terms of the win rate.
Let's see. That kind of works.
Yeah, it's first map for free.
Yeah, there we go. See, Zarek, you can jump in. All right, let me see. I'm gonna. All right, cool. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm kind of going for I'm going for London right now. Yo. All right, we're good. I'm having Popeyes. I hope that's okay. I love the color of Dallas Fuel, to be honest. It's like one of my favorites. I bet you Oth is going for Dallas just because of the Texas connection. Oh, yo, they're like, what? Backbone's like, wait a minute.
They get to go again. Let's see if we see any changes here, but I'm not expecting too many. Addison feels really comfortable in the Soldier right now, and Sparkle as well. And so Metro Teleporter really did help to make sure that Dallas Fuel could get the positioning that they wanted to in that first round, despite the fact that London Spitfire made it to the point first. Dallas just going to go ahead and rush in. So Teleporter also allows London to save that commanding share.
You know what I should do? I should probably put let's see, Overwatch League images.
It's a little bit better, mind you, if you put yourself in the shoes of Edison. There's a very small doorway you have to go through, so the right clicks might be easier to land. Blackman's already gone in. He goes for the dash.
Let's see.
There's a commanding shout to sustain it, as well as Sparker. This time, London are on top. The Dallas Fuel make an executive decision to back out rather quickly. Some of them very good arrows, which is.
I wish I could find like a really good image, but there's like none, which is kind of crazy.
Yes, I was about to say that's what I was thinking as well, but they're already back too. That's what allows you with a quick switch around.
Double disruptive shots, resulting in a poor
Dude, London Spitfire has always been so huge. Freaking love Spitfire. I rooted for them like crazy back in the day. Kind of fell off, but I still root for them like when there's no one else to root for. I'm looking for a better Overwatch background that I can put on. This might work. Oh, go back. Damn. Okay, let's do this. There we go.
London, though, they were really hoping that Admiral Salberg would be able to get back online. They were able to contest that point for so long, but it just wasn't there. Chio beat them to the punch, able to use that sound barrier to play a little bit more aggressive.
Should move my.
But now, at least Admiral did hold on to it to go in with the double support ultimate. Sarah Fueling goes first.
I don't know how people do that Genji. Like, I'm so bad at that. Just like flipping around and like when they're in ultimate, they know like where to go. Whereas I'm always like hunting for a target. And then my ultimate runs out and I'm like, well, that wasn't very productive. It's Light Force.
Sup?
What's up?
Oh,
That's a good idea. I should change my name to that.
well, so my problem is that there are like 50% who know me as Light Force, 50% who just call me Chris. And those two groups don't always understand who each one have. Well, most who know me as Chris know me as Light Force. It's confusing to
I
the
would
Light
call you
Force
Light
people.
Force even in real life, for
Well,
what it's worth.
as people do it, like so tomorrow I have my Vancouver Canucks hockey podcast. We're having like a meetup with our community, and I guarantee you most people there will just call me Light Force because it's
Nice.
all they've ever known me as.
Oh, it's
It only took an entire map to get it sorted out.
nice. Welcome.
Although it was a fast map. Goodness. What up, Light?
Yeah.
So
You know,
Let's see.
I mean, I can move my camera around or whichever. As you can see, I'm doing a real, professional green screen chroma
yeah, I
key
can
job
I can
here.
fix myself also, Vecina, if you want to do
That's
that. Like,
cool. I was just
little-
like playing with the different things. This
Yeah.
system is really cool. It works really well.
It's interesting. Yeah, I was gonna say if you wanted to do the slices though, the vertical slices, I can reposition. I've got a scene here, so I'm like, be easy peasy.
What's
Oh,
up, guys?
what did I just do to my camera?
You disabled your virtual camera,
I never had one on here.
Mistakes were made.
or you've
Like I-
enabled virtual camera.
No, I didn't. I just hit settings. I hit the settings button. I did not change anything.
Oh
Is
yeah,
there some way to like make someone an admin of this thing? There's
ironically, Light, when I was setting this up and I hit the settings, I had it on OBS virtual camera, and then it like tried to change to a different camera device, and it was just like, oh, we don't have access to this. It was like, but yeah, because the OBS is using it for the virtual camera. But that's not the right hat for the
I
next
know.
match.
I
You've
was
got
just
until
thinking
next
that.
match. Hang on, I'll fix this. If you want to do it here, I can fix this.
It's good.
For me.
Yeah.
Let's do
I was
this.
trying to find my shock
go.
hat. I can't find it anywhere. I don't know.
I
what
mean,
happened.
if you actually wore it, if you were an actual San Francisco fan,
If
then
I was
you
an
would know
actual
where it
fan,
was.
I wore that thing to well, first of all, I wore the London Spitfire hat for the longest time at work, and people were always like they would always think it was some kind of European football league, like a underleague or something. They were like, "Who's that?"
Sorry,
It's
this is
Overwatch.
at Meta.
Yeah. But actually, I think I was in London when I was wearing it. But yeah, and
Even still,
yeah, then I wore the SF hat, and there were a couple of people. I think more people recognized the SF because by that time, I think it was more known. There were like watch parties and stuff in San Francisco.
See,
know if they
meanwhile,
still do
this is
that.
like one of my daily drivers. Like, it's one
Yeah.
of the
Oh, yeah.
hats I wear. I only have a handful of hats that I wear, and it hasn't happened super recently, but I also don't go out a whole lot, since circa 2020 shenanigans. But I definitely, a surprising amount of people have recognized the logo.
That's cool.
But I am in the city also, though, so like you would expect.
Right. Weren't
And I
they?
also,
Was it Houston that was building the actual arena or something like that?
yeah, we were working on an esports complex. I mean, Dallas actually has one up and running already.
Nice.
But I know Houston did have big plans for an esports complex. I don't know if we actually ever delivered on that or not. Like long term, I don't know if it actually got finished.
I need to fix something's broken with the deleted role.
With the deleted role?
Yeah. It's like an old tag or something. I don't know. Dude, we've got that CoStream.app is really nice. I figured after Lightforce's advice, I was like, I better not just like pipe it in just to be safe,
well, I mean, in the grand scheme of things, it's the amount of risk you want to take. But I know, like this season they started doing co-streams. People are like, oh, this is great, this is awesome.
Yeah.
But then it was co-streamed by approval, and we put in for the podcast to actually co-stream the first I think it was just one match. It wasn't even like a regional event, and we got declined. So okay,
Nice.
interesting. And like the people, I mean, what they were looking for is eyeballs. Like they got all sorts of different content creators, none of which have ever, in my memory, ever touched Overwatch as a game, but just happened to be talking about the event.
That's
Some of
interesting.
which,
Why do they? That's weird.
That idea of quantity over quality, like they look at, it's like I mean, to me that's the same as like what was it? The recent drama with the company that made custom artisan builds, where they're like, oh, this person doesn't have enough followers, so like we're not going to give it away to them. We're going to draw somebody else because we want more attention brought to our company rather than, quality attention brought to our company.
Right.
And I'm not going to say that Blizzard has been going that way, but Daddy Activision, if anyone believes they didn't have an impact on Blizzard as a company, I think that's just ridiculous. Oh, will we see a Bob get yeeted off the edge again? Because holy crap, do people like to yeet Bob on this map?
Well, it's that particular sort of back lane where he runs up the stairs and just keeps on going. Like they throw the Bob in the belief that, oh, he'll hit someone and stop.
Yeah.
He'll hit someone, or he'll hit something, except that that from the angle that they throw it at, because that there's that door frame, but it's angled kind of towards that void, that gap.
Yep.
I'm gonna tweet this sucker out.
Oh man, I see a Widowmaker, and I'm PTSD from yesterday.
What? I mean, no one saw anything. No one saw anything.
I can't believe that wasn't on Best of the Day. For as often as people grab Widowmaker and just try to do like one shot, and it never happens, I can't believe it didn't make Best of the Day yesterday.
Yeah. So yesterday, he did not get the grapple all that well. And it's cool when you're, playing against the home team and the entire crowd lets you know it's all your fault.
Where's Zarek? We got to get Zarek in here.
It's probably like as Zivert still. Yeah, he's probably still doing Zivert thing.
It's Friday. Do people work on Friday?
Yes, people do work on Fridays. I know that's. Sure? I know it's hard to believe.
So what I would need to do to just pipe in Overwatch 2 here is probably get it to get the YouTube stream into OBS. I mean, I could just capture that window like a screen capture, but maybe there's like a plugin or something that would actually take the embed more natively. Anyway. All right, London.
No. I'm like not at the risk of like being accused of just like playing the favorites. A win for Dallas is a win for Texas.
No,
so we'll take it.
I don't see a path for London to not get 3 Overwatched by Dallas here.
Yeah, it's. I mean, if they take a map, I'd be very happy if I was London and I took a map in this one. Especially since you're picking the maps, you would hope you'd be able to
right,
give yourself the best odds to take one. Ooh.
I was saying earlier, like the Genji play, I'm so bad at Genji. Like I never realize it until I watch a pro play Genji. I'm just
where they know the dash down to like the microsecond and the cooldown and deflect equally as well.
Exactly. I'm like, okay, like when I do my Genji ultimate, I'm like, all right, I got that guy. Now let me look around. I'm looking.
Spin around, walk, www.
Okay, there's the other guy. They're just like next one.
I think more than even that, the real difference between, like a low tier Genji and a a professional Genji is the amount of time your feet are actually on the ground. You watch a
Yeah,
good
that's probably
Genji,
true.
they are
Yeah,
not on the ground, and they're more effective than people who stay on the ground to
right,
try and like be more accurate with their shots. Like aerial Genji pros do more
right. The
damage
wall
than
climb is an
grounded Genji
ability. Like that's
amateurs.
part of the kit. You got to utilize it.
Hmm.
Same with honestly with like Baptiste boots. You watch like
Oh
those
yeah, they're
Baptiste, they're like not using their boots, but like that's part of your kit. How are you going
yeah
to use
like
it?
jump up, take and be able to hit your little burst shot while you're in the
Yeah.
air. Oh,
Oh,
he
there's a
stayed.
bob into the wall.
I mean that's
That's a good spot for Bob.
hmm
Ooh,
that was a great bob.
Dallas Fuel.
No, I think what we saw out of the Fuel Justice match yesterday was simply the fact that playoff decay is here, and the Sojourn versus Ash battle, it has to be situational. It can't be like we're going to go play Ash. Ooh.
Ooh.
My goodness.
Oh no, don't no.
To be
As
honest,
soon as he dashed off, I knew. Like I don't know what else you do in that situation, but I saw it coming.
I get, London looking to try to continue to get picks, but I think they should have tried to have Sparkle get to the point to engage as opposed to them doing the other route. Because now they lot, the speed drops with just the one cap, but as soon as you take the fight off the point,
Yeah, as soon as you chase the fight off the point, you're no longer at objective,
yeah.
and you're at that point. You're hoping you can get back. Either somebody's coming from spawn, or somebody disengaging from the fight that you have taken off point. And like somebody got, I don't remember, I didn't see who it was offhand, but like saw the shield bash stopping somebody from getting back onto the point. It's just
Um,
yep. Oh, doom-fisted.
yeah.
I really like, I don't know why, but I really like seeing the players in the same physical space.
Like together, because the players have been in the same physical space on each team.
Yeah, yeah, like together where you can like look over and you see who you're playing against.
Yeah.
And give them the evil eye.
I genuinely wonder if they had, let's say, known of the pandemic, let's say it doesn't happen in 2020, it happens end of 2019.
Yeah.
If they don't keep the single location and focus on going into like the homestand style or the distributed events, once things settle down. But having already made that decision to, lose the studio and go home, it created that situation where everything has been distributed for the most part ever since.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know if it would have made that big of an impact because independent of all the COVID shenanigans that impacted the ease with which they can get together. I mean, the financials for the league have gone down year over year as well. So I don't know that like it would have been that big of a difference. Like, would they have been able to keep that venue if if they had decided to stay there? Like, how might things have changed if the teams hadn't like already taken everybody home?
Yeah. I mean, there's so many factors though, right? Because like the pandemic didn't just affect the league itself, Also, all the Blizzard employees were working from home. Production slowed, releases slowed. Like there was a lot of stuff that
Oh my
was working
goodness.
against them.
Yeah, so this will be done in about 10 minutes, was it?
Yeah.
And then
When is
I'll
that
have to depart because I'll have to go and hear from whoever Dallas sends for the interview.
Nice, nice.
But I'll come back.
Actually, what I ought to do, given that we're going to have this is going to be shifting around a lot, I should let's duplicate this.
I can also like make it more. I
Well,
could
it
leave
says
it
it,
like that.
well, that's okay. Well, I mean, however it's going to go, like, I just have to. I was going to just put another scene together so I can switch over to one that makes a little bit more sense. Let's fix this.
Man, fuel.
No, this.
I've not been keeping up with London at all. Like, is it still all the? It used to be like StarCraft guys, right? Back in the day.
I mean,
Like,
they're not bad, but they're not the powerhouse they were by any stretch.
Well, this is
Like,
the first time this entire season where they've embraced the meta.
interesting.
Like they have, Hattie has been Rhine throughout. They've played what's worked for them, and the chaos that sort of ensues has given them the ability to sort of, coalesce. This, where they've now gone with the standardized meta, they've been doing pretty well. They're just a difficult team to place. Like I don't know. They're confident, but I wouldn't necessarily say they're top 4 in this meta. Yet hard to argue with the fact that they, beat Toronto twice, and Toronto's considered to be top 3 in the meta.
Interesting.
I mean, I think it's kind of a similar situation to the Outlaws right now, like the Houstonville meme and such. It really depends on did Pelican or Pelicant show up, like more than anything, because like Merritt is huge and reasonably consistent. Like he has a little bit of variance, but he generally shows up every match. And then you've got Dante's a little feast or famine. Like I think sometimes he gets a little too in his own headspace. Like he has to carry things, and he overcommits in certain situations. But even with like yesterday's interview, Lightforce and I were talking about it. Pelican seems to understand that he is the player with the most variance, and how he performs directly impacts the team's performance. Like when he shows up, we do well and we win. And when he is having an off day, we do not win. We typically just like throw, which is why there's like the whole Pelicant meme.
Nice.
Just depends on which one showed up that day for matches.
What time is
We're next.
Shock?
I think.
Oh, is it?
Shock Houston is second game.
Nice.
So shortly, in about a map and some analysis. Yeah. No, this. So who is London? So London plays the loser from Toronto. No, they play the loser from Vancouver.
No, winner from Vancouver. Vancouver, Florida.
Right.
So in the loser bracket, yeah.
So they probably play Vancouver. So Vancouver goes on. Will we get a bread bowl live on stage? That's the real question.
Let's say Toronto beats Washington. It's just a huge question mark because I honestly don't believe Hisu Ash beats playoff Decay Sojourn.
I have reasonable confidence. I wouldn't put money on the line, but I believe.
And so let's say Toronto does get through Washington. Toronto then has to beat the loser of the San Francisco-Houston matchup.
So they have to beat San Francisco. And he didn't even react.
It happened.
I don't like whoever's coming out of that matchup, unless they're mentally boomed, I don't see how Toronto beats them. I mean, anything's possible. Toronto's path was made very difficult with a loss to London. Like Vancouver, one might argue Vancouver, having lost to the Shock, now has it somewhat quote unquote easy because of who their opponents would likely be until such time as they get in, to the Saturday afternoon matchup.
Mm-hmm.
But
Of course, there's a C9 sign out there. This might be the roughest 3 Overwatch of the week. If this keeps up, I can't think of another, at least with what the matches we know, I can't think of another one that's going to be worse than this.
was Hattie out there doing push-ups again? He was asked about that actually during the presser, and his response is that it helps him keep his sort of emotions in check, nerves down. He does it like a pre-match routine. He'll do that as a sort of mid-match routine if he feels he needs to.
Hmm.
Click, 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 click. The fact that Dallas did get the reverse sweep against the Justice is obviously entertaining this narrative. But for anyone who could consider London having the same opportunity against Dallas is simply trying to keep London fans engaged in this matchup.
Yeah, this tells you all you need to know. They're literally up there saying hi at the spawn door.
What's wrong with that?
There's nothing wrong with that, but they're clearly not going to try and do anything like hold back. Like they're playing touch the spawn door, and they're showing that they're doing a forward hold. Like that's ooh.
Well, the spawn camp is not at the doors.
Yeah.
When they come out, it would have been right here.
I love the Brigitte. It's one of my favorite characters. Heroes.
An interesting character. I will never forgive her for what she did for Professional Overwatch League for so long.
Yeah, it was pretty rough there for a little bit.
That is an understatement. Like Goats was such cancer. That meta was brutal.
I enjoyed it.
I mean, I enjoyed it for the first couple weeks. I could have done with less than a season of it.
I mean, it was interesting when it was novel. It got less interesting when it was like, this is Overwatch and that's it. There's no leeway.
Well, that's the thing, though. I mean, it existed for quite a bit of time, but what ultimately it introduced is the true and true mirror. Like season 1 of the Overwatch League, you had a lot of variability. Players were playing the heroes to which they might have been more comfortable with in a team concept. Goats shows up and suddenly you have the mirror, and then you had the somber goats. Like it functionally required everyone to play the exact same characters, and your individual skill in the equation of how it all adds up to your team determined whether you were successful or not. Like the Vancouver Titans, individually, those players, they were pretty good, but as dominant as they were is because they were the equation added up in the context of the team. We're still seeing it. Like nearly every meta we've seen in the competitive scene has been mirror. The only thing that adjusts meta is either new hero or an adjustment, and that adjustment simply, it's how long do they figure out what that meta needs to be.
I think the thing
get
that,
out of that.
well,
Sorry.
see, that's the interesting thing about it, and like it's the thing that kind of bothers me about like the excessive mirror, because on the one hand, it is good to like see the man Genji's though, goodness, it's nice. I appreciate seeing the comparison of that mirror match creates, because you get to see the differences in the individual mechanics, but it does really lend to, can your team as a unit play this meta? Can they play this team comp? What I don't like about it is it goes kind of against the idea of uh, the concept of rotating heroes and counter picking, because if one meta, if one comp is so strong that like that's what you have to run, and there's no way to like, there's no counterplay involved, then I think it's a balance issue that's not kind of within like the design intent, the original design intent at least, of
It's
Overwatch.
supposed to be almost mobile like in a draft concept, right? Like you can swap your character.
Well, but to that point, I mean, this is the big complaint right now, that new heroes will be locked within a battle pass in Overwatch 2. People are like, oh, the foundation
people
of
are
this
so
game,
mad.
Foundation of this game is to be able to counter pick. But in the competitive scene, we don't see counter picks all that often.
That's true. But I will say though that one point that Dante brought up on Twitter yesterday surrounding that announcement was that consistently the new heroes come out and they are incredibly impactful on whatever the meta is. And the fact that you're going to lock those heroes behind something and make them inaccessible to certain characters, talking from a professional standpoint, he said, if you're not playing, these new, like if you're not playing Junker Queen right now in Overwatch League, you're basically throwing because she's so big and impactful. So to remove that opportunity from people is not a good look, in his opinion.
Yeah. Oh no, and I totally agree with that. But in fact, I would say that should be the argument that people would be making, especially considering like in the competitive scene in ladder, like it doesn't, at the top tier. How toxic is it when you go and you choose a hero that's not perceived to be the one that the majority of your team wants you to play?
I think it's really interesting, because when you get really far up the ladder, people don't care so much. I feel like way up the ladder right now. I was watching some highlights of like number one Roadhog. Like he's like the number one in the world, or like on the ladder on the servers. Roadhog. He's playing Roadhog. And like Roadhog is not like an incredible, even in Overwatch 1, he's not a super used character. I think it's interesting that I think that not playing that like super meta thing, I think there's a period somewhere in the mid upper part of the ladder and the elo where people think that you should be playing these meta things, but because that's what like is really strong. But I think that there's not always there's a point where people understand that that's not necessarily true, because somebody's individual mechanics or the way that character interacts specifically with the opponents or the team or the map, you can have some variance. But I don't play those levels.
Yeah, well, then Goats was a perfect example. Like just because you had those 6 heroes in spawn did not mean you were going to be successful. You could go up against any other team that simply was mechanically sound and you'd struggle. But I'm the locking of a hero behind the battle pass. My problem with it is the fact that you're essentially introducing toxicity into your game, because there are going to be people who in a role lock, like they don't even have the option to avoid, or I guess they could, but then if that's the case, Well, way to go! You just went and killed your support queues. You're,
So
you're introduced
there's going to be tiers of the battle pass, and as you unlock them, it's going to unlock
new heroes apparently. So like let's say every season there's a new hero. I mean, I don't know what their cadence will be.
Mm-hmm.
You'll have to play the game. You'll be able to unlock the hero, presuming you play enough and you
For
put in the
free,
investment for
too?
free.
Okay.
But the problem is that there is no, I mean, let's use other Blizzard titles. The battle pass progression isn't all that fast.
Yeah.
And so if they lock this hero later on, how much time are you going to, for a casual player, be able to invest? And if you don't invest enough, they still have not even addressed as to, well, how will you unlock that hero when the season's over? Like, do you just get given the new hero?
Right.
Because Spectre's response is like, no, there'll be other ways. Okay, well, why don't you just sort of say you'll get it? I mean, it's not ideal. Like, it's really weird.
Even like, and I'm dating myself by saying Heroes of the Storm League, but there was a point where, you know, when I was playing like ranked heroes, you'd have a lot of situations where people would be like, oh, please, you know, lock Karazim. And they'd be like, I don't have him. So now what? And it's just going to be, it's going to be like that. Like, people are just going to be disappointed to group with you.
Well, and that's the thing in Overwatch, the toxicity is already rampant. You know, people are going to just lay into it. And the fact that Blizzard has said that a person's desire to hard lock a particular hero or not, you know, acquiesce to the demands of their team is also considered to be in itself toxic. I mean, it doesn't forgive the way people approach it.
Right.
You're actually building into your product the ability for this to actually be an issue.
Yeah.
Until, you know, however long until everyone gets the hero for free, if they ever get it for free.
Yeah, and presumably, as with most battle pass systems, like related to monetization, there's going to be some type of way to accelerate it.
Oh yeah, 100%.
So
there
now,
will be.
basically, what you're saying is like, if you want to be competitive, and everybody's asking you in all the games you play, you're gonna. What they're basically asking you is to buy this thing. You know, why haven't you bought this to unlock it? That's pretty.
Which it clearly, like, if you bought the Watchpoint pack, originally the description said you were getting the new support hero. I mean, they've since taken that verbiage out.
Ooh, spicy.
Yeah, there's already people are already like refunding and using that as a justification of like, you can't, you like you said you were going to give us this and now we're not getting this, so
yeah, that's I don't know about that. You can't do that. The whole battle pass system for heroes, I think that's kind of rough. I mean, why wouldn't you just do skins? That's
that's on the paid side, I think.
Yeah,
like that's what they'll be doing for cosmetics and such.
Yeah,
I mean, you can't do like core game thing. Even like Call of Duty battle pass, you know, sometimes there's weapons and.
Well, that was my counter, is that there are some weapons that are considerably overpowered that get introduced in that, and if you're a pay to win player, or you happen to put in some serious time.
Yeah.
I mean, one difference though is I could, in theory, pick that weapon up, right? Like if it's you drop it, it's free game for someone to grab. So okay, it's not like I am like, oh, I can't get the new support hero. Oh, look, her corpse is there, so I'm just going to trade. I'm no longer Mercy. I'm
maybe if it's on the other
is.
team, it unlocks, or if anyone has it on the roster, it unlocks. I don't know. That would almost negate it completely.
That's one of the interesting things about hero shooters also, though, because like, so like, yes, they're putting on a battle pass for this game, but like when you look at MOBAs, like take League of Legends for example, it's a hero based game, and the characters come out, and you have to pay either money or an earnable in-game currency to unlock said character. Now, for people who've been playing the game a whole lot, it might as well be free because you have heaps and heaps of that currency. But for newer players, there's tons of characters that they don't own and they have to pick and choose, so they may not actually have access to all those characters. The difference, though, is that League of Legends, you have like hundreds of characters. There are so many characters, and you only
Right.
have to field
Mhm.
5. So it's so it's not that big a deal if you're missing a handful of characters. You likely have several options that are viable within the team comp or whatever. But with Overwatch, the tolerances are a lot tighter in terms of the number of heroes and how they interact with one another. So lacking even just like access to a single character could be potentially very impactful. Like imagine if half of the Overwatch League teams didn't have access to Junker Queen in this meta. What a nightmare that would be.
Yeah.
I mean, there's not enough overlap. Like with MOBAs that have lots of heroes, you can say, well, this hero, like I could draft this hero and it's going to counter this ability that's on the other team. But like, let's say I don't have access to that. There's probably another hero that's going to counter something else or a different ability. And I can kind of like,
There's several different roads that lead to the same destination.
yeah. But the Overwatch, I think there's too few heroes in general to do that. And honestly, like the rock, paper, scissors is not as evident.
Oh my
it seems
God,
like.
Bob.
There's not really a hard counter.
Dude, Bob MVP. Give Bob the player of the match.
It's huge.
Can we talk about the fact that London actually did get a better time, though? This is ridiculous.
Come on, London.
Okay.
The other thing about pro Genji players, speaking of pro Genji, is they have their ultimate basically all the time. It's kind of true for all heroes, though, but especially Genji.
Do not get back capped.
I mean, remember Nano Blade, where like both teams would just be sitting charging ultimate, like they wouldn't do anything. It was all in service to the Nano Blade.
This is what we get. This is what we get for saying it was going to be a quick 3 Overwatch.
Well, I mean, the fact that Dallas went and memed on their defense.
Yeah, if that bites them,
That's
what
gonna be rough. Yeah,
because they turned it. London turned it into a snowball. The whole map.
Yeah.
I know we were talking about a lot of other stuff, but like that's effectively what happened. They took that ult charge that they built up from the early fight win and a good second fight win at A, and turned it into like a giant snowball across the entire map.
that Junker Queen knife to the face is brutal.
They're still saying reverse sweep. Like I know you're trying to keep the London fans in it, guy, but like this
Reverse sweep.
This is not reverse sweep. This is
Reverse
London
sweep.
taking a map off of Dallas and nothing more. Prove me wrong, but
I'm here for it.
Yeah. See, this is.
Yeah. Why are you on Ash in this part of the map? Goodness.
What's the game plan? I mean, it was very similar yesterday, in where he shifts over from Ash to Sojourn is when things start to go Dallas's way, right? Like,
I don't like Sojourn at all.
Is it because you're not good at Sojourn? Because that's why I don't like Sojourn. I
definitely
would not be
part of
good
it.
at Sojourn. Like I know. Like I am not a Widowmaker player. I am not a good hit scan. Like single high damage shot hit scan. Like I will miss many of those shots.
Yeah.
Like the pressure will just.
But like
the
Soldier, right? You can play Soldier. I mean,
yeah, but Soldier doesn't have so much damage baked into of his kit baked into a single.
yeah,
like,
it's more like damage over time, basically.
Yeah, he doesn't have like his kit doesn't rely on you hitting shots to charge up the big part of your damage faster, and then also hitting that big part of your damage as a single shot,
Yeah.
akin to like a Widowmaker charged charged up shot. Because I don't hit those shots consistently enough to get the value out of them. I would be better suited playing, whereas Soldier, a lot of his damage is just in the spray and then also the Helix rockets. But the Helix rockets, they, by nature being AoE and having a flight time, there's more variance in RNG there anyhow, and it's more forgiving on the hitbox because it's literally an AoE compared to Sojourn, where it's just like it's technically an AoE. We saw that with the triple kill overclock that Houston did last stage.
Exactly.
Now, Sojourn is super strong though. Like compared to legs, like there's a reason there's no legs right now. Sojourn is just too strong by comparison. But in that interior area, I'm really surprised that they were still on Ashe attacking like into a Sojourn, because the Ashe just doesn't have the one click delete the enemy DPS potential that Sojourn has.
She's got the push though off the point, right?
I mean, so
Little
Ashe
bit.
has more consistent DPS, like, but it's not. But Ashe is not as bursty, because Ashe really, what Ashe brings is the dynamite more than anything. Like that's a huge amount of pressure that you put on everybody. And then, like, yes, her gun hurts, but it's not like it's not going to one click you. Yes, Bob is nice for point presence, especially, and to just have another threat to either zone or be doing damage that they either have to address or avoid. But you compare that against Sojourn, charge up, railgun, click, okay, DPS dead or support dead, or your ult is just click things and they die. I mean, well, at least at this level when you can consistently click heads.
Yeah.
Like just the playmaking potential is so different.
Charge click.
Yeah. Plus, from an offensive standpoint, when you're pushing on, when you're attacking like this, and they're defending last point, that's a terraced area. There's the balcony around the point, plus the actual or the final objective, and there's the halls on the side as well. You're not as likely, in my opinion, to see people clumped up in that part of the map specifically, where you'll get a lot of value out of that dynamite.
Mm-hmm.
Like by the time you get to that last point, I think it's far more appropriate to be switching over to Sojourn. I'm surprised that they hadn't switched to Sojourn on the offense there for that final push, or at any point. They got wiped 3 times trying to get in there.
Oh man.
This has already gone longer than expected, though. I mean, kudos. London, for whether Dallas memed that away or not, London did get a map.
Yeah.
So that's a feels good.
I'll take it. Reverse sweep. This is where we come back.
Doubt. They recommend you look at the documentation, Vicino. I just saw the co-stream link that you dropped in streaming.
We recommend you look at the documentation. That's hilarious. They must have. Oh, that's so funny.
Oh man, what a screenshot the bot grabbed for the restream on Twitch in the content feed. I was like mid blink. I need to do this.
I'm real cool. The one that's there for me with me looking at my phone, which I presume is when I'm talking to the PR person for the Defiant.
Dude, you're crushing it.
We may have a caster lined up to join us.
Oh, hell yeah.
The cool thing about the Defiant is like they're all in and embracing content creators like us particularly. Like one of their owners has joined us a few times on our show. I know he listens. Like he'll actually engage with us with something that we'll have said like midway through the show.
Awesome. That's so cool.
And then you look at the Vancouver Titans, and they don't reply to email all that often. And with the event in Toronto, when I had a meeting with their PR staff and that, I was like, oh, you probably have your contacts with the Titans. That might be easier to go through them. And I'm thinking, no. So I went through the Defiant, who had to then go through the league. And yesterday, the Defiant PR person got back to say, yeah, the Vancouver Titans have, what was it? The wording? Let me just get this here. Whoops. Actually, I probably have it here. The specific wording was, we've confirmed with the league that unfortunately Vancouver isn't opening to interviewing at this time.
Why? What else are they doing? That's like part of the job, to be honest. Right? Of like sports.
Yeah. What I find really interesting about that too is like Life Force Podcast was a Vancouver Titans pod. Like it was exclusively a Vancouver Titans podcast previously. Like that's how it started. And it's been going for a hot minute, like seasons long.
Well, the one of the reasons, like when I initially spun the idea up, it was Vancouver, and I thought, I gave a quick second, like, do I want to do Canada? Like Vancouver, Toronto. I'm like, that might be a little bit more difficult. My contacts I have are within the Canucks organization. I have nothing within Overactive Media, the parent company of the Defiant. Mm-hmm. So we went with Titans. What's interesting is one of the owners, Adam Avenue, he had actually, I guess, discovered us, but he was looking through like the esports scene for coverage. And there's a few podcasts and content creators that he had sort of, started developing relationships with. And I remember for the first Battle of Canada at the start of the pandemic, he had actually reached out that weekend saying, hey, I've got some time tonight. Do you want to do maybe an interview? We can talk about, the match. Cause it was, new Titans roster versus Toronto, went 5 matches. It was entertaining. It's like, yeah, let's do this. And one of the things that he had actually said to us while we were recording is that if we happen to be a Toronto Defiant podcast, he would be doing everything in his power to help us, because in his mind, you're doing for us what we can't arguably buy.
Yeah.
And, having heard that, myself and our co-host, we sort of stepped back like, well, are we maybe passing up an opportunity? Because we've got one team who it's never been an easy experience to work with. And another who's like telling us, well, they'll make it easy. So that's when we went to Titans Defiant. And like, do I get everything I ask for when I reach out to them? No, but what I get is a response. Like,
yeah,
like,
is that because the ownership chain is different? Because I know some of these are owned by, not mega organizations, but like, they own several teams across. They'll own Counter-Strike and all those other stuff.
Like OAM is esports only. Like they have a business and they need those teams to succeed for the business model to pan out, right? Whereas like you think about the Vancouver Titans and Seattle Surge, they're owned, or maybe not, because it's so unclear, were at least owned by the owners of the Vancouver Canucks, who don't just own the Vancouver Canucks. They own the land around the arena that they also own. They have business holdings and restaurant, and like they're developers. Like, I mean, that's one of the reasons why the Vancouver Canucks went through an ownership battle where prospective owners took each other to court, is that they were both developers and they wanted the land around the rink in downtown Vancouver to build on.
Interesting.
But because they're so diverse, like to them, would they even know what a Vancouver Titan was if one of their players were to walk by in a jersey?
Right. It's a line item on a spreadsheet somewhere.
Yeah. And so, the difficulty there is that it is a line item, but then they're also very accustomed to dealing with traditional media. Like I remember in their first season, which actually they were more accessible with at the time, but telling me how they're excited that they'll be sitting down with the Georgia Strait, which is a very local Vancouver newspaper.
Mhm.
Now, if as far as
Lots of
newspapers go,
esports readers.
well, I mean, if they're Georgia Straight, it's possible that they might have people. Like, I mean, because it was sort of the counterculture-ish newspaper, so
Okay. Yeah.
you could see that, but I'm not entirely sure newsprint was where it's at.
Right.
There was an actual 1-hour show every week on one of the local sports radio stations called The Game Show. I think they joined them once, but even he had issues. And so here you have an esports, show on a terrestrial radio station, of which who owns the rights to broadcast for your hockey team, and you don't make it easy on them. So
I mean, I wonder what the objective is, right? Because like if you're an NFL team, an NBA team, you have lots of different revenue streams, right? You have like merchandising, ticket sales, lots of stuff that goes into selling the brand, like they're leasing out that license everywhere. Whereas I think in Overwatch League, correct me if I'm wrong, really like the only revenue stream for the teams themselves is the merchandise they put out, and then whatever their team members content brings in like associated, like if they do a stream and there's some kind of deal with that player where they get a percentage of that revenue.
Yeah, it's sponsorships and brand activations. Like esports in general, it's marketing money that makes the engine run.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know with any level of certainty, but what little I have heard is one of the issues that the original Vancouver Titans roster had was, within their contracts, they were required to commit to streaming under the Titans brand for X number of hours. Well, I mean, there's this issue here as to that team doesn't speak the languages to which I think the Vancouver Titans would have wanted to be able to engage with their fan base, because they were really about, I want to engage Vancouver. Whereas, I mean, they weren't as big on I think the international side. But then on top of that,
I think is a good play for what it's worth. Like, I think that's what the team should be doing.
Right. And I mean, there are a lot of other teams do that as well. But so they had this challenge with the players who weren't committing to streaming. And when they did, there's no ability to tie in a sponsorship activation effectively. So how you work around that is
Junior.
Yeah, exactly.
Korean language speech. Yeah.
So how can you work around that? Well, a team like the Toronto Defiant has had Karku from like day one. They had Fran for a bit. Freya's just signed on. So you have content creators representing your brand, allowing you to enable these sponsorship activations to a market and a demographic that you're wanting to work with.
Yeah.
The Titans could have done that, and they didn't, which is really odd considering how close and tight they were with Luminosity in the get-go. Like, it was really weird.
Yeah, I would love to know like the financials of what some of these, like the McDonald's deal, Carl's Jr. deal, the AMPM, are these in the, I think they might even be like surprisingly in the hundreds of thousands, not the millions. I think we're talking about, $300,000 deals, something like that. I mean, that seems low to me, but I don't know that I'd be surprised if, that was the kind of range we were talking about, 300,000 to 500,000 for a season. And at that rate, like thinking about, okay, what is the return on that investment versus like, more traditional advertising, traditional meaning like online media, obviously, like, getting like basically getting ad placements on Twitch, let's say, instead. It's if the teams are not activating their local audiences, I think that ROI goes way down, in my opinion. because really that's the only thing is like you'd want it associated with like that demographic at like a very sort of grassrootsy kind of level.
Yeah. I'd be curious what the numbers are, because I know, like, if you think about the league as a whole and the sell that took place to the traditional sports owners
Mhm.
was what language they spoke, butts and seats, right? The actual,
Right.
the human component.
Yeah.
That didn't happen, and obviously that's where I think we've seen this struggle, where
Wait, so the original agreement, the butts and seats agreement, it was for people going to the actual events?
yes, homestands.
Wow.
Yeah, because the whole thing was like everybody's going to have their own venue after a couple of seasons,
Right.
and then you'll be generating like localized revenue at these venues as like
Right.
the teams travel around the way traditional sports teams travel around.
Yeah. And so like a organization like Overactive Media, I mean, yeah, they saw, okay, we have Toronto as an example. We'd like to have a venue. We're going to host live events. But their eye was not on we're going to be Toronto and that's all we're going to own. They were actually looking like, how is it that we can create Toronto as sort of our hub to a centralized brand? Like, I mean, you think big, like look at the Premier League, like Manchester United makes how much money internationally on their brand. They don't
Right.
need the butts in the seats necessarily. But a team like the Titans, I honestly don't know if they were thinking that grand. I think there was just this idea of like, oh, hey, we've got this empty building called Rogers Arena. Wouldn't it be cool if we were to be able to sell that building out? Because we did it once when the International was here in Vancouver. Look how many people showed up. Imagine us having these Overwatch League homestands where that happens all weekend long, which then is unfortunately a misunderstanding as to what an Overwatch League regular season matchup might look like comparative to the International.
Right. I mean, it could have gotten there, I think, if all the planets aligned. I mean, listen, when I went to the Overwatch Championships at BlizzCon, which was like 2019, it was super fun. It was like lots of energy. People were cheering. Everyone had gear on.
Yeah.
I could have seen it. I don't know. Like now there's a hill to climb. I think it could still get back there, but
but this is like, I honestly think there are some the traditional, sports team owners thought that, oh, what we see with the Overwatch League final is what we're going to get all the
every
time.
Yeah.
Which is not.
That's probably true. Yeah.
I mean, they weren't able to fill in a single studio in California without papering it most nights.
Right.
Like,
Exactly. Yeah. I remember in LA, they were sending nightlife used to be like, hey, do you want to? I've got like 1 billion tickets to this thing for free. Do you want to come? Yeah.
And I mean, it's a different scenario, but like, let's say you're a Vancouver Titans fan. That's all you really cheer and support. Are you going to go and invest a lot of money to go and watch a 4-day event for matches of teams that you don't actually have any consideration for?
Right.
I mean, and that's evident in like even just watching like this tournament, like watching some of the later matches yesterday. Like it was empty. It was only third capacity, quarter capacity towards the final matches yesterday. Granted, it's like weeknight, so that's a factor. But like you don't have those local teams playing. Like
honestly, I think it goes back to like our previous conversation where the matches are mostly the same. And if it was like, okay, I'm going to go watch Dallas, they always pull out the wild card, the Joker card on these matches. Like, what are they going to do? What are they going to come out with?
Well, but
I think it'd be much more interesting to see like random stuff. But basically what you're signing up for is you're going to go see two teams play the same mirrored comp that you've watched on the same maps the whole time, the whole season.
The other thing you've got to remember though, like you're talking about it from the standpoint of somebody who has been playing video games their entire life. Like think of the number of people who play no video games, and like Overwatch is notoriously very difficult to follow from an observer standpoint, even if you know the game. And
I don't know. I actually think I probably agree with you in principle, but I would also say it's probably the best new like uninitiated viewer friendly thing, because they've got, I think they did a really awesome job with assigning it to the geographic locations, like traditional sports, having the colors associated with it. Like, watch a freaking League of Legends tournament. It's like you'd have no idea what's going on.
Yeah.
So, well, that's the difference. That's a key difference. You don't play League of Legends. League of Legends is actually, in my opinion, as somebody who played a lot of League back in the day, and I've played a lot of Overwatch, League is much easier to follow because it's not in that first person. You are seeing
No.
the
Yeah,
map
you're-
all the time.
No,
You're not.
to
But
know
hold
the
on. But
skill
hold on.
level
Hold on.
and
You're
stuff?
yes. Like to
No,
understand the skills.
no.
But here's the thing. You sidetracked me from the initial point that I'm trying to make.
Go ahead.
So you're looking at it from the viewpoint of somebody who is ingrained in video game culture. Okay, and there's more people ingrained in video game culture these days than ever before. But when you compare that to people who are ingrained in just sports culture and who can maybe don't understand every single aspect of every single sport, but can still go and just watch and appreciate um, the physical performance that is occurring in front of them, and the social environment that creates. It's a very different thing from watching people sitting at a computer screen. There are people who don't appreciate what that takes to do what they're doing on the screen because they don't have that same association. Like they've thrown a ball at some point in their life. They know how hard it is to throw a ball. So when they see somebody go throw a baseball at over 100 miles an hour, they understand that that's an incredible
Yeah, I get that.
accomplishment of like the human nature. And I think that resonates. That kind of stuff resonates more readily with those that are not ingrained with the specific thing that they've gone to see.
But don't you think Overwatch does a good job of that over a lot of games?
It tries. Right. And to sort of expand on what I said, like one of the first meetings I had with Tim Holloway, who's essentially the guy in charge of the Titans of the esports for the Aquilini family, he had heard my name through other comics because I'd been involved in Canucks social media. And here they have a guy who can speak hockey, knows the team, and oh, by the way, he can speak video games. His words were like, I love how you'll be able to bring these two worlds together and present it in a way that's going to help those traditional sports fans understand. Now, I don't think every esports organization cared at all. They weren't looking at the traditional sports fan necessarily because their market never been focused there. But a traditional sports franchise, that's the market they wanted. I mean, hell, the Vancouver Canucks or, whoever owns the team introduces the Vancouver Titans in the intermission of an actual hockey game. And you have a bunch of people in the stadium who are hearing kids named Slime, Bumper, Hacksaw. Like,
right.
What the heck is this?
I actually think they should kill that in the same way they introduced, sorry, not to interject, but in the same way, I think it was super smart to say, this isn't Cloud9 team, whatever, that we've never heard of. It's like Dallas Fuel. I think they should just lean in to say, look, you're playing on a professional team. We're going to put your name on the back of it. People are going to know who you are. You're not going to be like.
Well, this is where I think the problem is the league has tried to be in both worlds.
Yeah.
They haven't picked a lane.
Yeah.
And
good point.
And it's, I think, having not picked a lane, you've got on the league side where you have the clan focus, which is gaming. You've got that side that's like, this doesn't work. Then you have the, traditional sort of, professional sports meta, which is like, this is how it is. It's not there, so it doesn't work. Like I remember when the Vancouver Titans went through the reckoning and decided they're going to go and get rid of the team. I don't think the organization truly appreciated how many of their fans were fans of Runaway, and each one of those individual players,
right?
Then the Vancouver Titans. So suddenly, when they go and they make that decision and they cut that entire side loose, and they see like the Vancouver Titans Discord just completely have an exodus, like there was, significant upset.
Yeah.
Well, wait, aren't you all Vancouver fans? No, not at all. I mean, hell, if those players had gone to different teams, that Vancouver fan would have been a Fuel fan. Heck, they might have been Shock fans.
Yeah, yeah.
And so that's where, for a traditional sports franchise, that doesn't compute. Like, I don't go and change allegiance because suddenly my favorite player growing up got traded to another team.
Right.
There are people out there like that. We should say, but
yeah, I see what you're
traditional
saying,
sports, it is definitely more ingrained in that localization.
And I think that's where they were trying to have these like blended experiences, and I mean, pandemic really impeded their ability to execute on it, but it's still problematic. Like I actually think if this league were to succeed, they'll be more into the localized model, but focusing on sort of the global impact, and focusing on the brand, and whether you're the Dallas Fuel, which is why in like the Call of Duty League, you might have local teams, but the localization of the actual team isn't as significant.
Does
I mean,
wait?
it's
Call of
even
Duty have like geo? Like are there city names? It's like the organization name, right?
Well, so
Cloud9.
it's up to the right in a team, like whoever owns the team,
I see.
right? So in most cases there's localization that's at play. Like, I mean, and in fact every
Yeah.
team has some form of localization, like Optic Texas as opposed to the Texas Optic, right? Like,
I see.
and so they're now bringing these spaces together.
Z-Laner.
Atlanta Phase,
Yeah.
right? I mean, they're trying to accept that we need both worlds, whereas in the Overwatch League they're like, no man, we're just going to go and we're going to call this that. And then you have problems where parent organizations aren't as really keen to be in the local space. Like, for how long did London have a team where the ownership groups like, we want to be in Korea,
Right. Yeah. They had
right?
basically no connection to London.
Yeah.
And it was
Yeah.
interesting because they had like
I'll be back. I got to go jump into the interviews.
okay,
yeah.
good luck.
Have fun.
Have fun. Yeah, London had those they like hired London content creators. Like what's that guy's name? Stylosa.
Yeah, see, hold on. Look at what's on the stream right now. Like,
Yeah.
even if
I
they
think that's
showed
brilliant.
this,
You don't think
no, but what I'm saying is from a watchability standpoint, like, can you make sense of that at all?
yeah, I agree like there
And
are definitely parts where
'cause here's another
difficult to
example that I can
understand.
give just from personal experience. There are aspects of this season in particular that I follow. I am less aware of what's going on than in previous seasons, specifically because I have not played any of the Overwatch 2 betas, so I don't know the new maps other than
Yeah,
from watching Overwatch League or from watching people talk about the maps like on YouTube content and stuff like that. Like, I haven't played over any of the Overwatch 2 related stuff.
yeah,
And whereas with something like League of Legends or any of the MOBAs, there's one map. That's it. You don't have to know every single map. You don't have to understand how all the angles interact, how certain characters in certain positions matter, or as they're switching between the different first person POVs, be able to understand in 3D space where they are relative to the other team members. I actually think with the switch to the 5-man comp, that has become a lot harder than it used to be. It used to be with the 6-man comp, there was more running as a group, whereas in these 5-man comps,
that's true.
people are
Yeah,
getting more spread out. So you have lots of small skirmishes, one-on-ones, two-on-twos happening on the
yeah.
fringes of
It
maybe
also
an
seems
objective.
faster. Though I know they were trying to slow it down, so I don't know.
Well,
Maybe
no,
it's
it's not. They didn't. It's 100% faster because they've taken so much of the hard CC out. Like, a lot of that
yeah.
CC threat is what slowed things down.
But Jeff
That
was
and people
saying that
running in a ball.
it was probably like a year ago. He was saying we should slow it down. Like ideally, the match pace slows down for watchability in the league.
I honestly think it's the watchability and pace is worse now than it was.
I agree. I think it is. I think it's to me. It feels faster, just anecdotally.
Yeah, I think it's just because it's more chaotic. There's
Yeah,
not necessarily more things happening. It's just more chaotic because you don't have four players hiding behind two. You have four players not hiding behind one anymore because you don't have, like, shield meta is gone. It
right.
used to be you'd ball up behind your shield and you'd move as a unit.
Yeah,
Whereas, like, well, not all the time, but
there's
like
right.
goats, for example, you would ball up and do that, or you do, Winston dive. We're not seeing any of that kind of stuff. You don't have, hardly any shields or anything that
Yeah.
unifies people. There's no Baptiste out there ulting most of the time, so you're not like trying to get the DPS on Windows.
I mean, when you have
There's
5 people spread out and the camera, you're switching from this hero to this other hero, and the distance between those two are far away, and there's action on both, it's going to feel really, really fast and chaotic.
right. Well, and that's why I say that's always been Overwatch's problem from a watchability standpoint, especially when you compare it to RTSs and MOBAs, where it's top down. When they go to a different view, oftentimes they literally scroll like across the map to another area. They don't just like fast jump over there. So you are seeing spatially how what you were looking at and what you're now looking at relate, even if you are not, necessarily
Yeah.
as
I,
ingrained in the
but
content.
you're kind of
To be fair, I don't watch
yeah.
professional MOBA anymore. Like I used to watch a lot of Rito stuff. I don't watch any like League content, Dota 2 content, none of that anymore. But from a watchability standpoint, um, with knowledge of both games, it is far easier to follow what's happening in a MOBA stream professional match, or like watching a StarCraft 2 match, stuff like that. Far easier to follow often than it is to follow what's happening in an Overwatch match. Not to
I
say
think
that Overwatch
so.
is a
I think
boring
there's two
watch.
different things we're kind of conflating here. There's like following the action, right? So that's like if I'm watching football, I like know where people are. That takes a long time. Even if like let's say I'm not a someone that understands football and they snap the ball and I'm watching like what's happening, it may take me a while to really understand the nuance of what these like where people are, how they're positioned, what the play is. Then there's like, okay, what is like the concept and the overall mission of what we're doing here? I think that like North Star is more easily attained on Overwatch, and we may not be there yet, but I think that's easier than in a MOBA setting. Just
I
because like you have the carts, you have the two teams, there's facing off, pretty simple to understand. The colors are defined. I understand where what people's roles are, you know?
so I would say that if you're boiling it down in those levels, a MOBA in a MOBA, it is literally, this is your base. That is their base. Keep your base alive, kill their base. That's the
Yeah,
whole
but there's
the
like,
whole
okay, I
basis.
need to get XP, I need to get these items. Why is this team winning over this other team? Well, because like this one's doing
So
this lane and jungling. I don't
I
know.
don't know how much I don't know how much MOBA stuff that you've watched. And like obviously MOBAs are not like League is not out there trying to I think the difference here is like Overwatch League specifically is an esport that's actually trying to bring in viewers outside of Overwatch players. League is not necessarily trying to do that because they have a massive fan base.
Yeah, I
They're
would
going to
agree with
have
that. I
viewers.
agree.
So
Yeah,
there's not as much emphasis maybe placed on making it understandable to the layman. But
right.
contrary to that, when you watch a League of Legends stream, for example, there's a number of things that are like stat points that are tracked constantly on the screen to help you understand how things are going. You see the gold differential in League of Legends. The team with more gold typically is stronger. Like they should have better items. They are typically more advanced. You can see everybody's individual character levels. You can see the KD spread. You can easily see the remaining structures, how many towers are up on the way to the base, how many inhibitors are standing. So you have all that information, like it's in the game itself, but it's also very clearly displayed, similar to how in Overwatch League, up at the top, we've got on the HUD the different players, what's their status towards ult, how much health do they each have, are they alive, are they actively ulting right now, stuff like that. So you get a very similar amount of information like that.
Hmm.
Oh my goodness,
What
that's a yikers right there on screen.
the Genji?
Yeah, these. Yeah,
These
this
stats?
is. Yeah, that's terrifying. That's a scary.
Yeah.
It's a scary stat difference. Pelican has to show up today. Goodness.
Pelican.
Is Pelican the star player? Are we going to say that over Merit? Oh, Merit's. I want to hear what Cuss has to say.
The San Francisco Shock.
Oh, easily. I don't.
Easy. Easy. All right, what's going down? It's almost time. I need to get a beverage.
Oh God. Oh God. That's. I didn't need that. I didn't need that reminder. Jesus. We have not been top 3 since stage 1, 2018. The
Ooh,
OG, like stage 1, season 1. Like that's a fact that every Houston Outlaws fan is aware of, and we just don't like to think about it.
since the Queen was 25.
It hurts, man.
Oh man. I I just wish that San Francisco would use orange instead of the black and white.
Yeah, this like black and gray.
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, they're just hard committed. I think
It certainly seems like that.
it does look really
It
bleh,
looks
though. Like
deactivated.
look at
It
all
looks
this
like they've
color
been
and
DQ'd.
yeah, well, and like the black and white from Toronto Defiant, like that's a stark enough difference that like
Yeah,
that looks pretty okay. But you have all this color on the screen, and then you just have like San Francisco over here in gray
right.
tones.
It's like, oh, they've been DQ'd. They're grayed out. They grayed out that image.
Yeah,
Yeah, I don't know why they have chosen that. In season 1, they were black and orange, and I was like, great, makes sense.
they probably heard a lot of Halloween related things, and were like, meh.
I know, but like, look at the San Francisco Giants. You know, the baseball team, orange. That's what they should do. Just take those colors, take the RGB codes, apply, copy, paste. That's what they need to do.
Use a little dropper thing if you don't know how to get the codes.
Right. Come on.
Hmm. Oh
I
man,
mean, the bridge is orange.
it's true. Well, I mean,
That's
allegedly it's gold.
alleged. Yeah, it's orange red. It's a certain specific color, I guess. But they need to, yeah, They have orange in their kit too, like on the skins. You know, they just don't
Mhm.
use it in the logo for some reason. I don't know why. I can't believe it. I guess Ouchie's working. I don't know what he's. All these people are working.
I mean, I assume so. I assume that's what's happening.
Work, 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 work.
Work, work. Ready to work. Oh man.
An error occurred. Our team's down? Oh no, it's just like borked up. Ooh,
Oh, my straw just betrayed me. Live on stream. Went to
Life
get a
Force.
drink.
I'm
And it
glad
didn't
Life
come
Force
over.
is getting interviews and all this stuff.
Yeah, it's honestly it's a tragedy what he went through with like the team he tried to support. Like I'm glad he's got a team. Like I'm glad he expanded out. Like his
Yeah.
group is now encompassing like all of Canada and that he's getting some support from the other team at least because it kind of baffles me how much the Titans are I feel like they're really just like trying to shoot themselves in the foot, which I don't understand. Like you've spent the money, like the money is like already sunk in. Like why would you not out of it?
Yeah. Play some music until this shit starts again.
It's going. What are you talking about when it starts again?
Am I delayed? It's doing a panoramic of the players
Yeah.
entering right now. You're like,
I
yeah,
mean,
what?
do you want to hear? You don't want to hear Mitch and Matt talk?
Oh, all right, all right.
Also, the music like coming through on my side also, which is kind of weird.
Yeah, it's through the thing.
Oh, you're doing it through the thing.
Yeah.
I mean, if you wanted, like, since we don't have the stream audio, if you wanted to have that running but like quieter in the background, that's a thing. But like that was pretty coming in pretty hot.
Really?
Compared to your voice, yes.
Interesting.
Like
It's
I don't know
like
if it's
less
relative to
than
your
half
listen
of the actual, like in terms of loudness. I don't know.
Well, yeah, it's supposed to be background, not like it shouldn't be at the same level as your voice level.
I know, that's what I'm saying. That's exactly my point.
Is it your point?
Yeah. Also, I need to like switch
Switch your mic.
All right, that's a little better.
Yeah. So here's what has to happen. We got to send San Francisco down. Then we win the Battle of Texas. We got to have the Battle of Texas again in Toronto. Who are we?
All right,
We're visiting
here we
team.
go.
So we're visiting team, I guess, in this. So you'll get colors advantage.
I mean, I must say that. Oh, Light Force is back. Hold on, we gotta get him back in. There we go.
Hey, I'm back in.
You
What's
made
up?
it just in time.
So yesterday, I missed the entire first map after the Shock beat the Titans because the Shock left all of us media hanging.
Oh,
Yeah. No idea. They just at one point the PR crew, they're like, yeah, we think they're still coming. And so there's actual on-site media who are in the room who are then in this weird position of, okay, well, we can't see what's going on here, and then we're waiting, and because normally the time in between is what we get. So anyhow, the Shock will lose because of the punishment, and Houston will come and they'll be prompt. Houston was prompt.
That's right. And we sent Dante. You're welcome.
Yeah.
I did try. I did call. I did.
Yeah.
I did say, hey, if Jake's available, you can pop on Discord for this. I was just telling Vecino, he needs to take the L. Like him and the Shock need to take the L so we can have another battle for Texas.
No, we cannot.
Well, apparently Dallas is hosting the next Battle of Texas event.
I mean, Houston can't host it, so that doesn't surprise me that Dallas is hosting it.
It because it was asked as a question in the interview. But so I'd asked about that aggressive hold because I honestly thought that they would say, "Oh, we were trying to disrupt their mental or what have you." No, that was actually our plan, was to do this, to be that aggressive, to be at the door. But once they got their first pick and it was Chio.
Yeah, they had no out.
Yeah, we had no out. So then there's this big advantage in push and alts right out of the front. And then they decided to continue to go aggressive to try to swing things back in their favor. But that backfired because they continued to get picked. And then from there, the snowball.
Yeah.
What is Theragun by Thermabody? What the hell is that?
Have you not seen it? It's like a massage gun type thing that comes out 8. Pull a trigger.
That's your boys. Are you a real fan if you don't even know what their sponsor is or own the product? Come on.
If I'm not using it right now.
I shop at HEB. Okay. I shop at
exclusively.
HEB.
I can't believe we lost.
I mean,
McDonald's
actually, unironically, HEB's like one of the best grocery stores down here. So yeah. I think I probably shop at HEB better than 80% of the time when I go grocery shopping.
And do you walk in, you're like, I'm here for the Houston Outlaws?
I mean, I do wear my Houston Outlaws hat every time I go to HEB, yes.
Yeah.
Nobody's said anything at HEB, surprisingly.
Yeah.
You'd think they'd know.
Briefed. Every employee should be briefed on this.
I do not
where is the orange?
At Circle K. Where's the orange?
Opportunities. I should volunteer to work for them. The other thing is, okay, San Francisco Shock. Look at the Shock thing on the bottom. Okay, there's 3 notches. Why wouldn't you make it 2 and make it look like the Golden Gate Bridge? Come on.
It's the earthquake and the 2 aftershocks.
Yeah, I get it that it's like aftershocks, but you could make it if you
the synonymous
had 2, bridge. It would look just like the bridge.
Well, okay. In technically the small logo has the 2. It's the big logo that has the 3.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Perfect. I like that. Well, we were talking about earlier. Whenever they show, like on this lockup right here, where it has like the SF on the top, it looks deactivated. It looks like San Francisco has been disqualified. So we're just going to gray this out.
It also looks
LSFT.
It also looks, it looks kind of weird because like they're using the negative space, but like since it's a square inside a rhombus, it's like there's like this extra spillover negative space.
Lijiang Tower. Let's go.
This is a good map for us, actually. Like of the maps it could have been.
Who
Did we
would
pick
Right,
this
let's
map?
go.
Well, I think winner picks first map.
Yeah,
Um,
like this.
so
I think.
or the higher seed.
I might have to
Yeah,
stand up
that's
for
what I
this,
thought.
guys.
So, but this is a. I don't know if there's a better map this stage for us.
Oh my
Honestly, This-
My desk got disconnected or something.
oh,
Is
got
it
him.
is it plugged in?
I
Does it
don't think
have
it's
power?
plugged in. Hold on.
Can you turn it on and off and on?
That's yeah.
So I would use my stand up right now, but then the camera would exceed the green screen that I'm using to block the entire mess because I thought it was a really good idea to start ripping things apart this week. And you don't need to see that.
We're making it work, guys. Ugh.
I guess I should unmute the stream again so I can actually hear what's going on. It's like, why is it so silent?
I'm back.
Ooh,
What the hell?
come on.
No.
No. Oh, okay. Trade.
All right.
Yeah,
We
you
have to
won't
go
you won't
with
like
the-
what's going to happen next. I'm slightly ahead by the sounds of things.
Oh, are you?
Yeah, because when you
I
said
have the
trade, I'm
same
like,
stream. I should
oh,
reload.
because I was about to say Houston. I was about to say, Houston got a good pick. Oh, and then I was going to tell you totally what happened next.
I'm gonna refresh my stream.
You guys watching on YouTube or on Overwatch League?
YouTube.
I
Doesn't
found.
I thought I just embedded the YouTube link. No.
Well, I don't know what you're watching it on. Are you co-stream? I'm watching
Well, that's
directly off of
YouTube.
YouTube. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, same.
I do know that occasionally I'll watch me stream that could very well be live, but yet I'm like, X number of seconds behind because of latency, and I have to tell YouTube to speed up for a bit.
Yeah. Yeah. I did a refresh. Usually that picks it back up.
Light Force, what's the percentage on your stream for SF?
51.
Yeah, you're still out in front of me a little bit.
Damn, I'm at 47. That's like a good amount ahead. That's several seconds. He's got that industry stream, the ISDN.
Yeah, it's the Canadian internet.
Closer to the source.
Yeah, there's an import tax when they get the stream down to you guys. So.
All right, let's go.
I mean,
All right, I just tried one other thing. Light Force, what are you at?
91.
I'm still like 1.5% behind you. I can't do any better than that.
I was going to say
Goodness.
Houston had a chance here, and then
Ooh,
Kilo.
Yeah.
some good shot. Oh, that's Sojourn.
Well, and that's so her ult is essentially in the hands of a sharpshooter, 3 kills because there's
Yeah.
no shield to stop her.
With the fist bump. I like it, guys. I like it.
Whereas, like, I mean, to that previous conversation with Ash can't do that. Really, the only value you get out of Ash is that dynamite and the ability to ruin the sustain that you're getting from your Brig, Lucio, and Junker Queen. Oh,
Damn.
I was curious how he got the kill, but that knife.
So I guess one advantage of piping it through the restream system is we'd all be looking at the same thing. I don't think it really matters
Nah, it's
in
not
the
that big a
grand
deal.
scheme of things.
Goodness.
Ooh. Do you take a damage reduction when you slide?
No,
No.
it's just mobility.
Well, your hitbox gets kind of wonky because you're, it's all
Yeah.
squished up. But
So what you're saying is if she was behind a lock, that's pay to win right there.
Pay to win.
It's just like Fortnite pay to win, right? Like if you get the right emote or dance, you can jump through snipes and stuff.
Right. I mean, imagine if Sojourn is at the end of the battle pass. Like, the matches would be so frustrating.
I was
Like,
actually thinking of something in that conversation we're having about cosmetics locking things, make it pay to win, and sort of how will Blizzard approach with Overwatch. Hearthstone just changed the economy by introducing gems. And all of the coins that you have earned previously are only value is to spend on card packs. So I have 20,000 coins that'll get me, was it 200 card packs one at a time. That's
wait,
the
but
only.
what else? What did you used to be
So
able to
they
spend?
used to introduce a sort of the battle pass for battlegrounds. You could use coins. It was like 2,000 coins I could use to buy that. Mini packs and
Gotcha.
stuff. Like there was an economy for those coins.
Uh-huh.
Now all of it's behind a paywall. And like if I buy the battle pass now for battlegrounds,
Mhm.
the premium battle pass, it gives you 2 additional heroes at pick, on top of all the cosmetics and stuff. But it's changed the economy, and it's now generating. I can totally get it. It's generating money they otherwise we're not getting.
I'm sure. The same thing happened to Overwatch, right? Like they found themselves, people have so much currency.
I have like
just sitting there.
200,000 just sitting there.
Yeah. And nothing to buy. So like, what are they going to do? They can't really come out with anything unless they lock it, or it's not going to make any money. It's just sitting there. People have too much currency. So like all the Overwatch stuff, Overwatch League stuff, right? It's a different currency you got to buy.
or watch.
Overwatch. Man, I wish my team in my games would use natural cover like this. Instead, we're just going to sit in the middle of the point and die.
Are you guys getting food deliveries? I'm getting food deliveries.
What? I got to move to Canada.
I don't know if my wife will deliver food to you though.
Goodness.
I will say the Sojourn art is so nice. Like the gun is super cool looking.
I remember one of the first streams they were talking about the audio effects and how they were actually going back to the drawing board and using the actual weapons or Foley to get much better sound and response.
Mm-hmm.
And I think she's, as a first character, the one to have that. I mean, Soldier to some respect too, but if that all holds true into production when that goes live on October 4th, we should hear more of it from all the heroes. Anyway, I'm going to turn my camera off while I stuff my face.
Okay. I have to jump off for a meeting in 5 minutes.
How rude.
I know, but I'll be back.
Tell whomever it is you're meeting that you have to reschedule.
Yeah.
I
Do they
should.
understand that this is an important match?
I know. I know. I mean, this is like the only one I want to watch too. Let me see if I can.
Hey, Mark, can't meet right now. Can we reschedule to next week?
I'll grab another drink real fast while this is At commercial, but not commercial. Remember when there used to be commercials?
Dude, commercial. I know what happened, right?
The
I'm
sponsors
gonna
all
get
pulled
a
out.
drink too. I'll be back.
Yeah, but even when all the sponsors pulled out, they still had like the mobile game economy giving them money.
All right, I'm back. I rescheduled my meeting. that should show you my level of commitment.
Mark was good with that.
Yeah, he's cool with that.
Yeah, you should bring him in. He could, talk Overwatch League with us.
I should. You should just make this a something. I wish I could think of like a theme we could talk about.
Oh, the timing. Talk about what?
Like make like a show. Should just do this all the time.
And why does there have to be like a specific theme?
I guess there doesn't have to be.
We just bring just call it shooting the shit, and
Shoot,
everybody show up with one topic, and we just
it's
discuss
the
it.
lounge.
Yeah.
It's the StratsCo lounge. I pushed my meeting, by the way. I don't know if you heard.
I did. I literally sat back down and then said I had sat back down.
Yeah. I was like, sorry for late notice. Can we do Monday?
Attaboy.
So the official title is StratsCo Shoots Shit?
No, it's the lounge.
Oh,
See, I got the graphic up there.
I'm so sorry. I'm many apologies. Shooting shit in the StratsCo Lounge?
No, I'm
Dude, we
open.
dude, then the members can all be called the shitters. We can just be the shitters. Dude, the branding.
Until someone takes that just a little too far.
Yeah.
That's true. Suddenly a cup comes out and everybody's concerned.
I wish our people would start populating the chat, though.
I mean, the ones that are probably at work right now on a Friday afternoon.
You can't be on a chat at work. Like,
I mean,
come on.
I've worked multiple jobs where I couldn't be. Like my last job, I could maybe
From
sneak an
home?
ear. Yes, because I was constantly on the phone or in Zoom calls. Like I could like sneak an earphone on when I'm like doing the admin side of things, but like
no, just chat. Just text.
you,
Text
you're
chat.
not understanding. I could put an earpiece on so I could hear what's happening, but I'm not even
Yeah.
at my computer. I'd be on like the work computer,
Oh man.
like through their VPN, where they're literally watching everything I'm doing. So the last
They're
thing I'm going to do is
watching.
pull up a Twitch stream.
I thought you had like the dual computer setup.
I did,
Oh.
but you're like, okay, if I'm okay, so this is me. This is me. Like, okay, camera is here. Camera is like right on the edge of my two monitors, like for my
Yeah.
main rig here. So like main monitor is right here, but main
Yeah.
monitor is, and then secondary is over there. But like work is over here. Okay, so like
I
if I'm
guess.
over here, I'd have to turn better than 90 degrees left to see my rightmost computer monitor if I was going to just like try to monitor chat. I had a keyboard. Speaking of like office peripherals, since we were talking about the Master Series the other day, Light Force, like I had the Master Series, have the Master Series keyboard as well. And what was nice about what I like about these devices, both the mouse and the keyboard, is they can sync to three different
Mhm.
devices, and you just like hit a button and it'll like transfer to what it was. So I had it bound to work from home computer, work phone, and then personal computer. So when Discord was jumping off, I could, just hit a button on my keyboard. It would switch over to Discord or to my computer, hit a button on my mouse, it switches over to my computer. I could navigate to the Discord thing, do what I need to do real fast with Discord, and then switch back over to work computer or, to work phone, where using like a full size keyboard is so much better than trying to text with just thumbs when I've got
Mhm.
multiple people who like their preferred method of communication was text message, which is like you have like computers and email. Like why are we communicating in texts all the time? This is miserable. But if that's how they want to communicate,
Yeah.
I'd rather them communicate that way than not at all. So
All right.
Pelican,
So,
we're going deep.
I was going to say, but I mean, that's all based on the rotation that we just saw.
Yeah.
That's a reset.
Golly, man. That is not the first time
damn.
we've lost Lep today.
Let's go.
That's a pick.
Oh, okay.
Proper.
Okay. Oh my God.
That's how you take the point.
Yeah.
Merritt doing the heavy lifting since trying to carry the Pelicant. Go stand on the point, make it finish faster. What are you even doing? Like all he had to do was go stand on the point instead of like jump around on the balcony. He wasn't going to do anything. They weren't going to recontest. But I guess if we let the point charge up slower, then we let them have better positioning. That's probably important.
Well, you want a fair fight. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Come on, proper.
Ooh.
Damn.
See, I'm surprised that San Fran has given up the high ground.
I don't know if that was by choice.
Well, they
Sort
had
of
come
was.
down. They came down before Houston went up,
Oh.
right? Like it was
Yeah.
essentially a rotation that San Fran was trying to execute. Well, that's a good spot for the shock bob.
Yeah, that's great.
Although,
Oh.
Okay.
Man, I thought that Pelican ult was going to do some major work, but
I mean, the
Wow.
Genji ult in this meta is more about getting your one pick, or at least causing the team to withdraw.
Forcing out an
True.
The
ability.
support ult, yeah.
Yeah, like that's. I think they would have stayed if Finn hadn't ulted. I think they would have stayed and continued to aggress that, but they saw that the Brigade ult and they're like, nah.
They have sound.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Thank
Proper
God.
knew exactly who he needed to drop, and yet he only got the one swipe.
Yeah, before the beat hit. Oh my goodness. Okay.
Damn.
I mean, we picked this map for a reason. This is a really good map for us. Like we didn't just like happenstance this map.
Damn, dude.
Well, I mean, it's not often you go and see the Pelotanchi. And that was, I'm not going to lie, weird as heck seeing an Ana supporting a Genji tanking a payload in overtime on an advanced spawn. Like,
yeah, that was in fucking incredible. Like that was absolutely bonkers. But and of course everybody was just like, there's a Doom tank.
well, I mean, the Doom tank, I mean, it's overtime. He's going to get there a whole lot quicker,
Yeah.
right? So that's exactly who you want to keep the contest.
Well,
But-
and you've got the displacement with it, but like yeah, the lion's share of the work was done by a Genji at one point, literally just like crouching behind a bumper.
Yeah. Well, and I don't understand why Florida, like, who cares about Pelican at that point? The only reason you're not dropping him is the Ana who's just funneling darts into his butt.
Oh my goodness, Pelican! They must have got Pelican back at the keys during the break.
Yeah, so that's the Genji play that you occasionally get in this meta.
Yeah, that. My heart.
Yeah,
Come on,
I don't think we're gonna win until we get some ults up.
So the beat alone isn't enough to go in and to contest. So
yeah, Dante's a bit off still. Like, I think just we got the rally. Like, just let that happen. It's gonna take like everything to push this across. We have time to like.
This is always a hard point too.
Yeah, they just yeet the Bob also. So like, okay, it's another ult.
well, if they can draw the proper ult, you pop your beat.
Yep.
Yeah, there you go.
And
then Dante goes through and yeah.
Yep.
There you go.
There it is.
That's exactly.
Heard it. Bam. Oh, he was all the way in the back with that.
Nice.
That's an okay finish time.
That's not bad. I need to refresh. I feel like I'm so far behind you guys.
Don't worry, we're just preparing you for what you'll inevitably get to see.
Mm.
It'll help with the emotions.
Emotional damage.
So
We'll see.
In 2011, when the Vancouver Canucks were doing well that season in the Stanley Cup final, the company I worked for, Shaw, they were the like terrestrial, wireline cable provider. The main competitor was the telephone company, TELUS, but TELUS distributed their product by IP. So there was a delay depending on how far away you were from a central office.
Okay.
it actually was such a big issue during the Canucks Stanley Cup run that it generated news stories, because if you happen to have TELUS, you could potentially hear people cheering 5 to 10 seconds before the Vancouver Canucks were to score or something were to happen.
That's
Oh,
pretty
So,
I've
so
had
like if
that
you're
experience actually.
and so like if your service provider, like at the bar you were at, didn't like, because windows are open, it's June,
Yeah.
so you know it's the noise is traveling out there. It was such a big deal. It's no longer the case, but
yeah, I've had the same thing.
the vengeance.
the reverse of what never happens happened.
The vengeance.
Yeah,
Oh,
see,
that
I
was
didn't know what was
so
going to happen. So I watched. Yeah, I've watched like a Giants game on IPTV, streamed through like MLB Apple TV, and I'll hear like my neighbors cheering. It's like, oh, something's going to happen.
The fact that it happened to him yesterday and today he just reflects it is incredible. Yep.
Oh well. At least Pelican has some alt charge.
Yep. We take that, I guess. Not as much as proper, but like on this map, what do you do?
No. And in fairness, though, proper is the single reason the Outlaws died there. So,
well, here we go.
Bring super. Put in super. This is hilarious. That was epic. That was awesome.
Okay, we're just coming down to take the fight, I guess. That's confidence. Okay.
but see, I think this is like on this map, having the Ash on defense is definitely an advantage through these points, and arguably even going into the third point, because there's such close quarter chokes.
Right.
Well, and there's that from a defense standpoint, yeah, because there's that desire to be on the objective. Whereas like previously, the Ash that we were calling into question was like the offensive Ash.
Oh yeah, that part
like,
I don't get.
Like head scratcher. But yeah, like even on offense on this point, it's common to like want to take high ground, for example, and such. So like everybody, offense and defense, are going to be stacked up. Oh, Dante.
But like, how much does it come into play? I'm low ELO, right? Like in Silver League, you're just like, people are like, what should I play? You just say, play whatever you're best at, because we all suck.
Well, if you play, let's say in low yellow, you play Ash on this map, yeah, have fun, go right ahead. But the value you're going to get out of Dynamite is not the clump of players standing on a payload or rotating together.
Right.
Kilo's hunting.
Oh my goodness.
I don't know about the Bob, but throw Bob into jail.
It's a lot blocking that, Bob.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, he got away.
I mean, barely.
One health is getting away.
That's true. The only hit point that matters is the last.
Right. And Proper already had ult, so you're not really giving him anything for that.
Nope.
Oh, here comes the
Come on, props.
But you know what? Like if Dante using the rampage was the right call, because once that pick came, Proper was going to pop his ult, but
we've just
to not have any follow up.
Yeah, and then for Lep just through the sound barrier, and now we don't have sound barrier for Blade.
That's
And
okay.
this is dragged out.
You've got spawn doors when he pops it here and just starts swinging away.
Motion at the front door.
How much time did they have on the clock there?
2:53. Oh. It's up full like almost 2 minutes faster, minute 45 faster. Goodness.
I mean, mechanically, leading up to that Dante ult, things were being done well, but the Dante ult, it's like either there was the call to withdraw and Dante popped Q, or Dante popped Q and then it's like retreat.
Well, we were down a player, so he held that ult until we were down a player. Then he ulted, and then Lep ulted after that, right as we were losing another. It's like
no, I know, but the reason I say Dante pops that ult is to prevent the proper ult, because the only thing San Fran had at that point was a blade, and as soon as they got that pick, yes, Lep still has his beat and would pop it, but that 5v4 with the blade, I don't know if you get as good value. And at that point, and what killed him?
Oh,
he was trying to get Dante with it. Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Okay. I'll be honest, Houston had no business getting this point until Pelican decided he wanted it more than anyone else.
Is it true, Life Force? Do you know if it's true that on the streamer's screen, I mean on the players' screens, they do not see the skins? Like they perceive Overwatch as they would like just logging in, like so as not to make it weird when you're playing.
Yeah, that's what I've heard. I've not seen it myself, so I can't speak for firsthand. But that when players log in, they're just seeing the heroes as they would normally see them, and it's the broadcast that's throwing the skins over.
That's what I've heard, because otherwise it would be like jarring to play differently.
What an overtime push.
Let's go.
However this map shakes out, this is an incredible push. I'm proud of the boys.
Well, in Houston, 2 support ults, they're gonna get as long as they don't get that early pick.
Yeah. Well, Proper's already in rough shape.
Yeah, he is. I know. Get some heals on Proper. There we go.
Oh, they were doing the Genji
deflect
duel again.
Ooh.
That's a stagger because the doors were already opening.
Oh man.
Damn.
Oh, Kaluge. I don't know about that. I don't know about that at all. What was that even?
We got a game on our hands.
What was Kaluge doing so far forward?
Yeah, I was gonna say like the rally alone should be enough to end it
Yeah.
because all you have to do is push them off the payload, and if they don't, you beat the living daylights out of them.
That's that.
I don't know, man. I don't necessarily believe the shot can, unless
I mean,
they
Blasphemy.
they looked really good the first push, but I don't know that they looked that good.
No, they'll need like a quick take and to have much more time on the in the bank to get it through those. I mean, if they can get to those doors by OT,
Mm-hmm. Oh, I think they will. I think they. Oh, do you mean the second set of doors?
yeah,
Yeah.
because
Yeah,
they've but just under 3 minutes, right? So it's possible, but
if
Overwatch
Houston
League
gets
has no
even
good
like
hats. I'm just gonna
one
throw it
good
out there.
like push and hold here, has no good hats.
Yeah, no good hats. At least
You're
not for the
crazy.
chalk. I don't know if they're different. They've got like this beige hat. I mean, ironically, like the hat I don't like is it is the Giants colors, just like I was saying before that they should just rip off, like with the beige and the black and
Mm. I haven't
orange.
looked at the Overwatch merch in a hot minute. I've got my hat. I've got my inaugural season Houston jacket still, and like I'm happy.
Yeah, yeah. I
the
was just wondering because I can't find my San Francisco hat. It might be in the closet. Actually, I should go look for it.
season 1 merch pretty solid. Seasons
Mhm.
2 and 3 merch not so much. This season it's so messy because you've got the excess that Fnatic still has, the fact that some of the teams are still using Fanatics, some of the teams are doing it all in house.
Yeah, yeah. I looked at like San Francisco Shock's website and then Blizzard. Neither of
We
them.
all.
Yeah.
Oh my God! What a dynamite! Holy God!
Come on. Yeah, that was great. In that room.
Yeah, like just right over it, hit the top of the staircase.
Yeah.
Oh, dude, Houston is feeling themselves right now.
I know, damn.
Thankfully their cameras aren't on because that would be kind of awkward.
I mean, they're on stage. The audience knows. They know. But this
I
is
kind of
like,
wish they would show them more, but I guess I know there's not much to see. They barely move.
I'm just saying, MOBAs show the players all the time. I just,
I mean, they show them, but like
the
they're just
players all
sitting
the
there.
time?
Like
StarCraft shows players all the time. Just saying.
I'd be like, if I were the coach, I would say, give it some feeling, right? Throw some high fives out there.
Okay.
They need a hype man. Get out of here. Get out of here, Pelican.
Oh, that Bob. What a good Bob.
Oh, Doc. Oh, did you want to touch the point? You can't touch the point. Daka. This God's honest truth though. When Houston is feeling themselves and they come out confident, they play so much better. So much better.
They got one. They need that early momentum to really like get jazzed about it.
Let's see. God. Dante will have his ult. Like the Proper's going to be taken out by Lep.
Yep. So it's really like, will Kilo get ult and like wake up? Because
oh, what an ult!
Oh my God!
And Proper invested his too. So
damn,
that's it. Yeah. That's going to be it for this map.
Ooh.
Oh,
I need to pick my drawers up on that one.
Phew.
This is I mean, I'd say this is going to be a fight, but this is the map that the Titans took from the Shock. So where the Vancouver Titans suddenly felt they were the San Francisco Shock. Like, I don't know if either one of you saw the match yesterday on Midtown, but the Vancouver Titans on attack decided they just wanted to take the point from San Fran. Did then they, instead of what they normally do, wait behind the double doors to the choke, they're like, screw this, we're just going to run through and we'll leave like Mirror to escort the payload while we aggressively go and continue the stagger. And then on defense, the only reason I think the Shock even got the first point was because the Vancouver Titans decided that they didn't really care that there was a Bob that got biffed from Kilo and fed themselves to Bob. Like, Kilo fired Bob into the fire engine. All they have to do is just stand behind on the point and Bob is completely neutralized. But what do the Titans do? Let's invest alts and we'll, who cares about Bob? It's just Bob. Bob does nothing.
Bob is rough without like the shield heavy stuff. I mean, it used to just be like, don't worry, I'm Ryan, I got this. Or like Winston, just put the shield around. You know, that's going to negate like half the damage.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and then you also like consider outside of the pro hands, how many Bobs are just like potato thrown into a corner somewhere or like through a doorway into a completely obsolete part of the fight.
Right.
If it's even like can see any part of the fight by the time it stops moving.
And despite that, still gets 2 kills.
Like, we don't have to talk. Look, I'm in this conversation and I don't like it.
Although, like, when Anna was run more, like Bob in pro,
Sleepy
people
Bob
were really good about like not waking Bob up. And
I mean,
course,
that's
like, in my league, that would never happen. I used to sleep the Bob; it would bounce back up in 2 seconds.
Yeah, because somebody else had the idea of like, oh, I have to kill Bob.
Right. Exactly.
Well, the thing about killing Bob is, are you Bastion? Then don't. Like, really, really, yeah. Who is going to be able to drop Bob effectively? I mean, in this meta, Ashe and Sojourn can kind of do it, but yeah, like, just if you got Anna, let Anna do her thing, and if she screws up, oh well.
Right. Let the timer run out. I mean, it's not that long.
Yeah, he's a very temporary, like, fixed point of danger and threat. Like, just don't aggress over here for like 5 seconds. That's all you have to do.
Yeah.
Oh, well, in Wood Tier, when I've slept Bob, I usually have a hog who then hooks him, brings him closer to us.
Those are the best. That's like hook the diva bomb.
Right. Right. Watch this pro play.
Hey, okay, I actually, speaking of pro plays, in one of the matches I was in, had a hog proceed to hook the diva and yeet himself and her off the map. Like,
I've seen that once myself, and it's incredible.
It's like, you know, how you are so skilled here in Wood Tier to be able to execute that.
It does feel really great when you hook the Bob and just like pivot yourself off the edge.
Yeah.
Throw it down. Or the diva bomb. But those are like few and far between. I've probably done it once, if ever.
Yeah, I like the ones who will, like, you know, you get the Reddit Lucios who are like, yeah, I'm going to totally boop Bob, or I'm going to boop the hog that's alting or whatever, and all you proceed to do is just
skating like on the edge of the map all the way around.
That's right. Just give him the verticality that he now needs to get us because we've all hidden behind the wall or corner. Yeah, those are always cool. I mean, hey, if you're going to be that, you know, type of Lucio, you might as well, because you're the only one's going to be left on the point to try to get the environmental kills.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. I hate those Lucios. The solo Lucios. There should be a name for that.
I mean, to be fair, like, that's just there's a lot of there's a lot of heroes that have that potential. Like, how many of you have played in a previous round with like a tracer who is just like on its own personal mission to go like constantly attempt to harass the back line, and they're like going into Brigitte constantly.
Well, yes, okay, that part I don't. All right, okay. I was gonna have a counterpoint, because if your Genji or your tracer goes and freelances in the back line, so long as they're not outright feeding and they're not getting all pissy because you aren't getting them heals. That's kind of what they do. But to the Brigida, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, if you're gonna go back, if you're playing like a flanking harasser, then like by all means go flank harass.
Yeah.
As long as there's not a hard counter that you're like going into constantly. Like
Yeah.
the number of tracers that go and was like, oh, I'm gonna go trade with the enemy DPS, but that enemy DPS is Cassidy. It's like, why?
I think the
Why?
worst is Sombra, where you have Sombra players. They go back, they'll hack some stuff. They don't like finish them, and then they're like, no one's following up on all my like super pro hacks. It's like you're in the back line. Like, what are we supposed to do?
So I actually had someone get pissy with me because they felt that as Sombra I wasn't dealing enough damage. All I was doing is I was waiting. Hey, you need that one deleted? Delete. And if I might get a hack off, cool. Or selectively hack someone who I thought might have an alt or an ability that could prevent. But like the Sombras that drive me nuts are the ones who go in the back line. They'll invest in an entire clip. Suddenly like, oh, people see me.
Yeah.
Go back. Right? Like, oh, cool. That's awesome. You disrupted for like a second or two and you have proceeded to like, by the time, we could even follow up, that person's been healed up.
And really like the value, Sombra is getting some alt charge from that, but like also like the healers on that backline are getting all their alts from you just like dumping half a clip and then running away and another half a clip running away.
Well, and when a Sombra, specifically with Sombra, because of how far you can displace back out of an engagement, like your team ends up in a 4v5 so often because you're either stealth sneaking into the back line, so you're not posing any tangible threat. You're just kind of this ephemeral, ethereal threat that's maybe somewhere that they have to just like kind of be aware of, but you're not putting damage down. And then simultaneously, you show yourself, and then you're like, oh god, I have to get out. Now the team knows they have a 4v5.
And your recalls all the way back and spawn.
Right. It's at the furthest back large mega health pack, which you've hacked also, because God forbid they come all the way to your spawn doors to get that large mega
That's
health.
the biggest difference actually when you see pro Sombra or like high tier Sombra play. They're like moving their spawn point all the time, and they're moving up. They're moving tactically. Then you get into my league, and it's like
you can do that.
It's in the spawn.
I thought recall needed to be within like 10 meters of spawn doors.
I'm sorry. Yeah. Are you using recall for anything other than throwing forward to blink deeper into the enemy lines? And you're doing it wrong.
Yeah. Right.
Everybody's seen that one pro play where you blink in and you like get a 5-man ult and then everybody goes for it.
Yep. All
right, let's see what happens here.
Let's go.
This is a kind of a hit and miss map for Houston.
Yeah,
this was a pretty good pick.
Do you think Merit sticks with the Ashe outside of spawn?
I think so.
Well, it won't switch now.
Yeah. Oh, all right. We're out. Oh, maybe not. Lastro?
I don't love this map, to be honest.
Hey, well, I don't love that they used an F1 styled race car and it goes this slow. It's so weird.
Well,
it actually bothers me.
It's not called race. It's called escort.
Escort.
I mean, like they could have. I'm just saying, like
who's driving?
I forget what the map is called, but the other Lucio map, like that's a really cool escort vehicle. Like, why did this have to be like an F1? Yeah, like this F1 style one is just like.
Right, it's
going so miserably slow.
Right, that thing looks like it could just haul ass through this whole thing, just run everybody over.
Well, that's going to be the season 2 hero you'll unlock at the end, where once you have them, the payload moves a lot faster. They're called the driver.
It's the battle pass.
Yeah, his guy's got an English accent. Wears his suit.
Hell yeah!
Keeps his car meticulously clean.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an ult and pivot off of Ashe.
Well, you don't have to pop your ult. When you change in Overwatch 2, you retain a percentage to the hero you go to.
It's only like 30% though. Like it's pretty low, even if it's like all the way charged up. At this stage, at like 97%.
Yeah. Okay, fair. But
yeah, like maybe if he hadn't got so much out of the initial thing, I think once they broke the initial hold, he might have switched.
Is it a percentage of how much ult you have, or is it just you keep 30%?
it's a combination of, because not all heroes earn
It's a
ult
capped percentage.
the same rate, and so there's like math that gets brought in. So like if let's say I have Sombra who doesn't gain ult significantly fast,
Mhm.
and I switch to, I don't know, a hero that does, I can't think of one, the percentage might be higher than what would be perceived as 30 because of their ult to retain. But
I see. Well, it's an interesting design choice given like our previous conversation about switching
They're
heroes.
trying to incentivize it
Yeah.
some, because it used to be that people wouldn't just because they're on a hold.
Right.
because it's the sunk cost fallacy, right? It's the
Right.
I've
Exactly.
invested this much, I might as well continue because it's worthwhile. There was a post, I can't remember where, it might have been Reddit or something I was reading, and someone had brought up the point like, oh, the reason why they needed to introduce something that like this is because of kids. They don't understand sunk cost fallacy. But apparently the statistics show that younger kids are far less likely to stay on a hero because for them, they're not thinking like, oh, I've got this ult charge. It's like, oh, I need to pivot. Like everything is like real time, click, 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 click. And it's the older folks like me who I'm not playing it at the same level or through the same way. I'm now actually thinking, oh, well, I've done this. This is the best I can do. And therefore I'm not going to give it up.
Yeah.
That was a rampage.
Ooh.
I guess it was a rampage versus a rampage there.
Yeah, they just
both
like
got 4.
ships passing in the night.
Man, if you're Merritt, you throw that bob to just inside the doors and hit that wall.
Or you biff it into that just into the door frame even wouldn't be terrible. Into the pillar wouldn't be terrible. Like that pillar on the right, it would push cart and like have a look around the corner there. Like there's a couple of good spots here for it. Like if you hit that pillar, that'd be incredible. Whoop.
Yeah, that's a good spot. Yeah.
Can't see what you guys are watching. Yeah.
Dude, Kaluge is invincible. What the hell? Wow.
Hey, Tomas, we're watching Overwatch League. I'll give you the.
Yeah, we're only only partnered partner peeps are allowed to actually like have it co-streamed.
Check that link.
This is a camp.
As a huge door camp. This is not good.
Bye, Pelican.
Man.
So let's see here.
The throw.
Let's go.
I don't know. They don't get back. Yeah, I was going to say, I don't think they get back. He touched that?
He did touch. I mean, we don't do anything else, but we did stop it from going further backwards, at least. I legitimately can't believe we did not get through the... Man, I can't believe we got door held that hard. But we shouldn't have lost that slap fight at point B. I can't believe Pelican was just glued to Collusion, couldn't kill him.
Do they bring their own
Wow.
keyboards?
Yes, they bring
Right.
your own peripherals.
Where they've been able to do so except in Hawaii.
Interesting. Why?
Couldn't tell you.
Hawaiian import export rules apply.
Yeah, it was for some reason or another, everything was league supplied there.
Interesting. I didn't know you could play the piano.
Yeah. In
What? That just blew my mind.
This cost us a 6th player in Overwatch 2, so I hope you enjoy it.
Jeff's like, all right, we got 10 hours of development time to commit. Where should we invest?
Well, in fairness, that's not the first map that you're able to play the piano on.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, in Paris there was a piano.
Wait,
it's just not in a
Overwatch
spawn.
1,
It's
though.
not in a spawn room. Yeah, it's just not in a spawn room.
Yeah, it's
where
on
you can
the
get to it easily.
Ah.
It's on the off to the side of the first point on Paris.
Yeah, and so like defense, like you would get there and you'd be able to play for a bit, but
I mean,
you
I'm
had to
so
get there.
guilted every time Paris comes up that I never actually bothered to look at anything.
It's true. Paris sure is a map.
Yeah.
There are some 2-cap maps that I'm gonna miss. That is not one of them.
No.
I enjoy Hanamura. I enjoy Volskaya for as like snowbally and rippy as they are. Paris can just die in a fire. What a terrible map.
I mean, the problem with Paris was all about that first approach. It was here's the door you go through. There's no which way around, no. And like the argument's like, oh, well, there's that side door. No, but that side door just sticks you into the one door you can't get through already.
Yeah.
Whereas at least Hanamura, yeah, there's only one door. But then over on the left here, I can use height and verticality if I want.
Well, and if you get through that one door, now you're in a building, you have an option to go up on the balcony.
Yeah.
Like you get a little bit more flexibility. And you've got some options even behind the door on the attacking side of the door. You can be in that upper part of that building. You don't have to just be like at ground level.
Yeah. I like Volskaya. I think one of my co-hosts not so big on the Volskaya map. Wants it to be yeeted into the sun.
I shouldn't say like. I don't hate Volskaya.
I think Volskaya is the most rippy.
It's not my favorite map.
Ooh, man.
You know, it is my favorite map.
Oh, no. What are you doing back here? Oh, no.
Sorry, why is San Fran there? Outside of trying to give Laster nightmares?
Long stagger to get more push. They had somebody back pushing.
No, I know, but the fact that they were that far ahead, all 4 of them.
Oh, yeah. I mean, they probably could have had
IQ.
like 2 people there. It's the emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
I mean, nearly 4 minutes. Like, this is going to be a rough hold if it's even plausible. We're already like throwing Olsen.
So yeah, there's the only thing that Houston's got going for them right now is a Bob.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, it's an okay spot for Bob, but
Pelican though.
Yeah, I don't think that's enough though.
Nope, it's not going to be.
They deliberately put it up on that pedestal?
Yes.
No, well, I think Bob got booped there.
Oh.
Because I don't think he runs up there on his own.
I think he wanted it either against the race car or up against the thing there, and it got booped and landed on top and got like stopped by the tree, thankfully. So actually the elevation kind of helped it, but
Yeah, it wasn't horrible placement where he ended up. Could have been a whole lot worse. You're right.
Yeah.
Off the edge, down the side, gets to hang out, guard the health pack.
Right.
I love chat talking about C9s.
I will say, if there's one thing that like melts my brain, it's how much people don't like. It's fun to spam and talk about a C9 when there's a C9, but not every single time where like a team isn't touching a point does not mean it's a C9.
Yeah.
Like
People don't know the definition of C9. I'm convinced.
they don't. There's a lot of people who don't understand like the original C9, like how it happened. Like,
They just call it like whenever time runs out and no one's on the point.
Yeah.
C9.
That's not a C9.
Well, it totally was. Everyone was in spawn. You weren't playing the point.
What were you doing? You should have been there.
Exactly. Charlie Niner.
Even I've had people in games where like I'll dive the point to like save the overtime, die, hoping my other team will get there.
C9.
I die. C9. That's not a C9. I'm literally diving on the point to stop.
What are you talking about? The fact that you died and had to go back to spawn, you weren't
right.
Dude, Vecino, come on.
It's like it couldn't be more the opposite of C9. I'm focused on the point.
Yeah. In the CTF mode, it's when the other team, you let the other team steal your flag. That's a C9.
C9.
Yeah. What map does Houston even bring out? Because we were just.
Well, you have your. I think that they'll go with Colosseo here.
I mean, it's the better of the two, but this is probably our worst map type. Like it used to be that just the King of the Hill was our worst map type, single point. This might be our worst map type now.
Well, the difference here is: do you go with the Sojourn or do you go with the Ash? If you bring the Ash,
no, negative. We bring Hanzo. We bring Hanzo, and we go for that old miracle run because that worked once. It worked once.
Hanzo has some really good value with his ability to fire storm arrows and then in turn give you recon in the corners for like Kaluge is going to flank. He is going to hang out in a doorway and either knife or if he has his ult, rampage 3. Like that's going to happen. So Hanzo at least helps with that. But
we're not going to play Hanzo in this meta though. But we have on Colosseo, Houston has done miracles with Hanzo. But no, we'll play Sojourn 100%. Like we definitely play Merit Sojourn on this. It would be interesting, I think, to see a Hanzo pick. It just won't happen. Not in this matchup. Well, they went to break though, so maybe we get Pelican back. If this goes to 5, this could be real spicy.
Yeah, but okay, well, because it's going to be control to end things off. And right, if it goes to 5, San Fran's picking the control map.
Well, they've already picked one control map, so they can't pick their favorite anymore. They have to pick their second favorite. Because we already played Li Jiang.
Yeah.
I like our odds more if it goes to 5. Like, I like our odds. I don't like our odds of beating San Fran in control, but I like them more if, their primary pick is off the table. Because then it has to be... Which control maps are in this season or in this stage? Forgotten which one it was.
Bum, 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 bum.
Where's the map list? Show me the map list. Why is it so hard to find the map lists for any given stage? There we go. Map pool. So they've already pulled out Li Jiang, Busan, Ilios, Nepal, and Oasis.
I would go with Ilios if I was San Fran.
Yes. That would be a very good pick because then you're really letting like hit scan. Although I don't know, like Merritt's been crunching pretty hard. Like Ilios, some of those points would give us a huge advantage. Like if we get runes first and can get some momentum going, if it was the one that RNG'd up first. But oh, and Ilios is also where we boomed uh, Atlanta with the Doomfist C9.
Well, you just don't pop your Q.
Easy, just hold Q. I think honestly, I think they would body us on Nepal.
The thing about Nepal is it presents you more Ash options.
True. Yeah, because the interior and then also the shrine map, both where you're going to be like in a pretty tight quarters.
I mean, Ilios does with Lighthouse, and you have sight lines in theory on Ruins, but then so does Sojourn.
Yeah.
Wells the Great Divide.
New Queen Street. Okay. That's
Interesting.
bold. I don't think we've done well on New Queen Street.
Canada represent.
Maybe they know. Maybe they've got some numbers on Colosseo right now that just says we should play New Queen Street for the better shot. But I don't think we've looked great on New Queen Street. I think we have way better shot on Colosseo. Maybe the idea is we try to win the Sojourn duo.
Toronto.
Maybe they picked it purely for the home crowd.
Toronto. They knew Light Force was watching. Like this one goes out
Proper?
to Mr. Canada himself.
Is he gonna?
So the Toronto Defiant on a map they needed to win pick Colosseo over New Queen Street. Didn't win, but my theory is they didn't want to lose on Toronto. Heck, the Vancouver Titans had the San Francisco Shock actually back to the wall on Queen Street yesterday. So
Maybe that may be why we picked it.
I mean, but the difference, I mean, the Titans won that first team fight and then subsequently won a second, and they just got a significant amount of progress. Where San Francisco simply, held on. We know we have the confidence to do this, and took advantage of a nervous team. Oh,
the staggers too. That boop on Pelican was terrifying. Oh my god, the support ult difference though, and the Sojourn ult difference. This is gonna be rough.
yeah. So this is not what Vancouver did against San Fran. Vancouver did quite the opposite.
Yeah, if we were looking better in the neutral, I'd feel better about the fact that we're coming into this with a big ult advantage. But they've got butt scratch. I mean, they had to use any ultimates, commentator boys. Like, what are you gonna do? Sit on 5 ults? Ooh. Oh, we've lost Dante again, though. Goodness. I think this was 100% a pick based on performance yesterday.
Did I lose audio? Or no?
I don't know.
Oh,
Did you
no?
lose audio?
No, we're good. We're good. Moment of sheer panic.
It tells you all you need to know, though, about like our long-term prospects in this match. Though, like they were 3v5 and we couldn't push them off. Oh my goodness.
There's still time on this, though, right? Like, it's just
Yeah, there's
managing
plenty of
ults.
time.
Because that's what San Francisco did yesterday, is that the Vancouver Titans got such a significant lead that would normally be insurmountable. But when you have like 7.5 minutes on the clock, San Francisco simply got Vancouver to pop ults to shift that economy to be more in their favor. And so when the
that's
final team fight had to happen, San Francisco had ults that Vancouver did not.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like that's exactly where we're at right now. We've got 4 ults to 1, maybe 2.
I mean, it was great to ult from Dante, but no follow-up.
And that's not the first. I mean, he's been first down 3 fights in a row now.
Well, I mean, in fairness, though, he pops the ult. There's no follow-up. And without that follow-up, he's then run over by Kaluge, who counter ults. I don't think there's nothing that Houston can do here.
Nope. Yeah, this was not the map. Yikes.
Damn. Well,
Interesting that they have it marked as 1-0. They not.
That's all it is.
Yeah,
You
but
don't
like
get points on
you don't get
the
the checkpoint points.
no, because
They
you
don't
lose.
track
Like,
those.
the way the checkpoint works is once you get it, you lose it the moment the bot leaves.
That's
So
true.
it's not a retained point.
Right, because it's shifting the spawn location around.
Exactly. So like if you were to count those checkpoints, then you're either counting them as 1-0 or 2-0, right? Like,
Right, which in this point, like you could have times where nobody finishes the map and you'd have a 1-1, but somebody won it.
Yeah.
Makes sense in that regard. It just looks weird. Yeah, the fact that we lost Dante first, those like last 4 fights, twice on, well, at least that last one on ult, but like multiple times on ult as well. We don't get a kill, and like the only kill that hits the board after he ults is himself. No bueno. But we couldn't push them off 3v5 when they were just hugging the bot, or 3v4, to actually like at least push the bot back towards at least mid. Yikes. That hurt.
That'll do it.
So we're probably playing Defiant.
so the guy in the Titans jersey there, his name's Samson. His in-game handle, Juicy Booty.
Why is he wearing a referee shirt? I still like this shirt has bothered me.
Hey, Danny got a haircut coming up here. That's what's important. Okay, I will be back. I gotta jump over to the media room.
Yep.
Good luck. What's the next match? Do we know?
It is one of the Canadian maps. I don't remember. I think it's Titans next.
Oh.
Titans Miami, or Titans Florida, I mean.
Gotcha. I'm gonna work on these graphics a bit.
Oh man. Man, like tweak his mic, my man. You guys, sound guy, like the T's and P's,
Sound,
man. He is blowing it out. Get that compressor in play.
yeah.
Put a lid on him. Ooh, stream just like freaked out on me.
The
Like weird little
Overwatch
like
stream?
yeah, the Overwatch stream just like glitched really hard for a second there.
Huh.
Oh man, compared to the numbers I showed earlier, his average, like he put huge numbers up. That's ridiculous. And yeah, Proper did so much work for you guys in a couple of those maps.
Yeah.
Dude is a beast.
I don't love that.
Don't like what? You working on the graphic stuff.
Yeah. It's not bad.
Oh, there's the fine. Left it in, didn't even bleep it.
I missed it.
There was definitely a let's fucking go at the end.
Let's fucking go.
Oh man. All right, I'm AFK real quick while this they roll commercial, not commercials. And we're back.
Welcome back.
Mm-hmm.
Overwatch.
Man.
All right, that's cool. All right, cool.
Man, just watching back some of that stuff, it's just like, oh.
All right, cool. I mostly dig it.
Mostly dig it, he says.
Yeah, this I think could be better. Let's see. Dude, you can't just schedule a meeting and expect me to be there. 2:20. I didn't RSVP, so
Those are the kind of meetings that I love when it's just like, no, dude, like I scheduled this meeting. It's like, okay, cool. Are you like somewhere in my like chain of command? Like, do I answer to you in some capacity? Like, are we tangentially connected? Better, are you below me? Like, do you answer to me and you've scheduled a meeting and you're wondering why I'm not there? If I didn't RSVP?
Yeah, I mean, for what it's worth, like she's on my side, but
No.
ooh. Hells to the yeah, this is great.
So
Yeah,
so Justice are probably going home.
that's what else is new.
Uh, Florida. Yeah, Florida's probably going home.
What's that? What's that? What's that sound? It sounds like a Discord notification. I think online content needs a new revenue model for sure. Advertising is a horrible model, and affiliate stuff is basically MLM. Tell me you know nothing about the business model of content without telling me.
I mean, like so many revenue models are based on ads. Like it's not just online content. Like tons and tons and tons of things. Like how many sports entities are based on advertisement money? Mm-mm. I don't think this is going to be a 3 Overwatch. I think Florida takes at least one map.
Where's Zark? Someone ping Zark.
I don't know. Tell him his boys are starting. Slovazino.
Du,
Slow.
du.
Hi.
Welcome back.
What's up?
Let's see. I'm actually curious because I presume Ajit came from what, Miami? Is that where? Because he didn't get his visa until yesterday, so he couldn't land in Canada.
Oh,
And I'm curious when they would have had him fly in.
Overnight.
Well, it's saying it's East Coast, so to get into Toronto, like functionally, where would he have come from? And there's Toronto would be where any of the Canadian airlines would have direct flights to Florida.
Maybe Chicago.
So yeah, like there was a flight out of Atlanta at 9:50 last night. New York, Chicago, Washington. So like, I mean, if he was flying up the East Coast, yeah, Philly. Anyhow, he's there. Whatever. I was just curious as to, did they have him fly in this morning, which would have been phenomenal, or did he actually fly in last night?
They said overnight on the commentary, so I assume he came in late last night.
Yeah, because I mean, the Mayhem had the last match of the day yesterday, so it's not like he could leave until after that. Interesting that Florida is actually embracing the meta here.
But they talked about this is probably the map they don't do.
Amazon.
Yeah, they don't run like their play. Reinforced's prediction was we'll see it for 2 out of 3 maps, and then it won't matter because Titans will have 3-0'd at that point.
King. That was an interesting rotation from Florida. Never mind. Titans just not playing as smart at all.
Man. Oh my
Back to spawn
lord.
you go.
Yeah, go next. Jeez.
Oh, he got that before Massa got the beat off. Yeah.
You got to hand it to Miami though. That those colors are on point.
It's Florida. It's not Miami.
I mean, Florida. It's
That's
basically Miami though.
the Florida Vice.
Something tells me Clearwater, Florida, is not on board with those colors. You know what I'm saying?
Ooh. That's a very, very
What are you
brave
talking about?
pick.
What are you talking about? The Farah? She's totally meta right now against a Sojourn.
Totally meta as long as there's literally no hit scans.
I mean, why have
maybe
a
if
far in
Cassidy.
here anyway? Just to ult inside that little room or something? Like, what
I
are
think
you
it's
gonna
the
do?
boops. I actually
boops?
think it was
Yeah.
hoping to get the quick environmental kill to shift the.
Yeah, just like take the initial cap.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't work, then you switch off and like don't worry about it. But yes, the like surprise through the side upper window ult can be huge.
Oh, Aspire, you can't die there.
Goodness. How did he get away with that?
And look at Majid's got like alt. Like he has got alt, and they only just took the point. I don't understand how that is. How Massa could have 72 to Majid's alt when Vancouver not only got the first fight, but got the percentage.
I think Miami is just like playing, or Florida is playing in a ball. Now Vecino's got me doing it. So he's just getting a lot more AoE healing.
What do I have you doing? I missed it.
I said Miami.
Oh, well, it is Miami.
Ooh.
I just that's what I do. I just call it Miami.
Oh,
Do the Shock play in San Francisco proper? Is that where their facility is?
I don't believe so.
Oh.
Back in the day, they used to do like watch parties and stuff, and sometimes they would have like after parties, I guess, on off days. But I don't think they've done
stream
it
just froze for me.
Yeah, it's production.
Yeah.
So it's the Oakland Shock? I think that might have not landed. Time for the reckoning. Oh, Massa. Oh my goodness.
I mean, it cost them everything they had, though. So, I guess it did cost Vancouver.
I mean, the Spire has the alt advantage over an Aztec, but
yeah,
like, I mean,
I didn't
arguably,
realize that Massa beat it in that also.
yeah. I mean, arguably, Aztec's going to use the rally to sustain and engage.
Yep, there it goes. Ooh.
There we go.
Inspire's waking up. Remember that fucking grapple widow flick headshot Aspire did a couple seasons ago
when he was
on
playing for
Junkertown.
Toronto.
Oh my god!
Yeah, up point
When they brought him
blank.
up,
Yeah. I honestly think, I mean, the decision was to go all Korean, and as a result, they worked around Hisu. But if they had not made the decision to go all Korean, Aspire was the player that they should have worked around in Toronto. And this is not a knock against Hisu. I just feel Aspire has got the greater level of pop off.
yeah. Yeah, like I will say, Aspire reminds me a lot of Pelican. He's very feast or famine. Like there are times where he shows up pretty cold, but when he's on, whew,
Well, it's the ceiling. Like Hisu,
nasty.
I think Hisu has the same sort of roller coaster, but it's much more consistent. Like the actual low isn't as
The ceiling and
significant.
the ceiling and floor isn't as spread as Aspire's
Yeah.
is.
But yeah, if you give Aspire room, and you let him click a couple of heads, and that confidence goes up. Like against the Shock on Midtown, like at one point he goes and he has his right click, or it might have been the alt, but regardless, goes in under significant pressure, adjusts to the right, pops someone out of there. I think it was Finn. And then proceeds to turn around and right click on Kaluge, like it's as if he had eyes in the back of his head. It was just a, like a small little mouse maneuver.
What the hell just happened? That was they just like held down W and just ran over Vancouver.
Well, it's the Junker Queen axe, right? You get them all in the room and you slice. And suddenly there's the suppress and that tick, and although it's not as significant, you just need to reduce the sustain enough that.
Yeah, well, and Aztec was first down as well. It was just how fast they were able to just like go forward. That was incredible.
Oh wow!
Oh. I felt that.
See, if I was the Titans, I would have actually picked Ilios. Like they are pretty consistent on Ilios. I mean, their market is their weak one here. And the fact they started off on that.
Yeah, man. The ult advantage. Holy. They're sending it all.
Masa.
Ooh.
Oh,
Masa. That was.
God damn.
He got him and Aspire only, I think.
Well, like as soon as you saw the RuPaul ult coming, just take the L on that fight.
Yeah.
Because what's following up.
Mm-hmm. Now it's like last fight territory. You have literally zero ults to go in. You're gonna have a sword, which is like cool. There's the B. Oh my god, that's gonna be that.
Oh, the Titans actually flipped.
They bullied off somehow. Like they just like.
Not that it really matters.
Yeah.
Damn, dude. How many more games do we have for the season?
One more after this. The season?
There's
a whole other stage.
Yeah, so there'll be the 6 matches of the stage and then playoffs. There's no actual cup for the Countdown Cup. Way to go, Florida.
Florida. That's how they say it. Florida. Good God.
Maybe Titan's thought process was we'll roll the dice on this first one, even though like we have good odds to win this. But if not, like maybe there's a better map for us. But they roll the odds on this so that they can pick second map. Maybe the second map pick was more important to them. Or maybe they thought it was going to go 5 and they wanted to be able to they wanted to be in a position to pick map 5.
Yeah, I think they're picking Midtown here. Yeah, like that beat doesn't happen. And I think the Vancouver Titans are in a far better position to come into this final fight.
Yeah, that was tragic.
Something we've been talking about on the show is like Moss and Oztag, they're great as a support duo, but they both seem to panic Q.
Mm.
Panic
so like
what?
Q, so
Panic
pop their
ult.
alts.
Oh.
So like, oh my goodness, I got an alt. And so the moment you do that, like what happened there? You're already one down by the time you're actually hitting it. So it's too late. And you're not in a position where you're able to even get the full benefit on your entire team that's standing. So
they think they're playing Mystery Heroes.
Yeah, exactly.
Dump this thing.
Yeah, I'm gonna die. I better use it. That's what they need in the Overwatch League.
That would be mystery. I would watch that for fun.
If they did a Mystery Heroes like as one of the lead up things, because like remember like last season they did a whole bunch of silly lead up things like Pharah duels and stuff like that. Like do a Mystery Heroes with like a bunch of random members from teams that didn't qualify for the playoffs. That'd be actually a hoot to watch.
I was chatting with some guys I used to play Overwatch with, and I had said competitive Mystery Heroes, and they're not into it. But the idea I had though is you just change the algo so that you can note, and like Mystery Heroes right now, you can have it's wide open. You can have 4 Torbs that could show up. You just need to build the system so that you can't have at any point more than 2 of any particular hero type. And then that way, if you have 2 DPS, you know you're going to at least be rolling support and a tank. Might be 2 tanks, 1 support, what have you, but you always have whatever it is 2. And then one of them, the DPS dies, there's the possibility they spawn back as DPS or the tank or the...
Right. You could even do like, you could do roll queue and it just it
cycles through. Yeah, I mean,
that would actually be that'd be a really interesting way. I was going to suggest that for like presenting it with the pro players, like have them in a Mystery Heroes-esque game mode with 5 pro players, but you've got 2 DPS, a tank, and 2 supports, and they're mystery heroing within that restriction. I think it'd be really interesting. That's something else I would say talking about some of the other stuff that other games do that Overwatch League specifically isn't doing. There's a lot of they do silly stuff like mix it up and bring in like different players from different teams and stuff in like League of Legends for some tournaments. Like they do like an East versus West type thing where it's like a bunch of like American players versus a bunch of European players, and they'll do something like that, or they'll do like a Fire and Ice was one of the tournaments they did a couple years back where there were 2 different teams, and there was a whole bunch of just exhibition matches basically, where they would do all kinds of silly things like 1v1s and like more meme builds than you might do when you're playing like an actual like standings competition. It'd be nice to see some stuff like that. Now that they're making Overwatch 2 free to play, I think at this point, since they've made that pivot, they really should have just dropped the nomenclature of Overwatch 2. They should just be like treating it like Evolve Next, for example, or Evolve, like whatever they did with Evolve. I forget what they called it.
The 2 is the PvE that may or may not ever come out.
Yeah, well, no, it's coming. It's just next year and as seasonal content, which is definitely not exactly what they're already doing with like regular Overwatch.
Yeah.
I think what Overwatch 2 could have been is I don't understand how they've mishandled the franchise so well.
Well, it's the battle of Jeff versus
Who's no longer there to fight, by the way.
yeah.
Of course.
No, based on what little I know,
Mhm.
Kaplan not a fan of the Overwatch League. Never really was. Competitive was not what the game was meant to be.
Interesting.
And that's why there was always this pull. Like on the competitive side, they always wanted the dev cycle to line up with the league and the seasons. That never occurred. But then conversely, the belief was that they were trying to, like, dev was trying to create a game to embrace the casual, and competitive's like, no, we should be the priority. And so there was this constant pull back and forth.
Yeah. Yeah. That's tough.
But I mean, he's not there anymore, and you know, John Spector and Aaron Keller apparently are. Well, I mean, Spector was previously Owl, and Keller, while he's been in the organization forever, was a fan of the competitive scene. Have now started sort of embracing the competitive side league, and it's also, I think, one of the reasons why we're seeing the focus being on let's get the PvP product out first and quick, because it gives us something to showcase in our league. But I still feel it's a miss. Like, you've got a game that we're watching right now that the three of us cannot play, nor can these players stream and create content, because they too cannot play it outside of scrims.
Right.
Like,
it's not even easy to practice because they don't have access to that. Yeah.
Paraiso. I'm actually surprised the Titans chose this map. I would have expected them to have taken Midtown.
That was your prediction.
Because they have had, I mean, they've had so many dominant Midtown maps. Like, even in matches where they probably had no business being in,
mm-hmm.
they could put together a hell of a first point hold in Midtown.
Maybe they just want to make sure we have more opportunities to see Bob yeet off the edge.
I don't think I would be very shocked if we saw Aspire pull Ash here. On defense, I could actually see him use Ash, at least for this first point.
Mm-hmm.
But on attack,
I don't think it's. I think he's much better on Widow or. Oh, you got a hit.
and look at that.
What a man! What do we know? Nothing. Maybe it's all part of the plan. It's not what they're expecting them to do. So you do the thing that's not expected. Mm-mm. Dude, is anybody? Someone is literally just standing there in the middle of your team. What do you? Shoot him.
Well, he's just someone. They're focused on everyone else. This is so frustrating.
Yeah, you're like letting him just stand with his back against a wall, just like cleaving into everything. Sometimes you kill the sojourn with an with an Ash. Sometimes you do that.
Well, the dynamite had done
Yeah, heaps of
30% of the work.
damage. Yeah. That was actually a very beastly dynamite for sure. King is actually out in front of checkmate on ult percentage. Okay.
Look who's in chat.
Ooh.
I don't know why he's not actually hanging out on stream.
Who?
The Czar. He's in the Twitch chat.
Oh, it's the Z.
And your boys are up, Zarek.
Zed. Got no camera? What a scrub.
I got
He's lucky he has a computer that's working right now.
How did the GPU work out?
He was complaining about it in streaming, trying to just get the fan mount off of that GPU was quite the challenge.
Wait, are you just trying to check it, or are you trying to install like a hybrid?
He's trying to resolve like an issue with a previous GPU that he has. See if he can like find the problem.
Gosh, yeah. Redid the thermal paste. Yeah. Is it so it's overheating, I guess?
Well, it's probably on death's door, but he's trying to get it to stabilize.
Just give me a couple more months. Come on.
Ooh.
That's good. No bad caps. What's really interesting about this chat setup is it scrolls
Top to bottom.
Top to bottom. What is that?
I mean, it makes a little bit of sense in terms of like where your eye line might be, because like on the screen, right?
That was a rampage.
That was huge.
Yeah, I guess that's true. I get what you mean.
But it is like counterintuitive for sure.
I mean, it makes sense if if it's like a portrait display where the video's on top and the chat's on the bottom, but it is like this, it feels, I don't know.
Get your people to talk to the restream people.
My brain.
Example of what mine looks like right now. Like, so I have my screen like off to the side, like on the 21.9. I'll shoot you this in the streaming maybe. So like, if you look, like, because of how I have the window smaller, it actually like works well for me where my eye line is when I'm looking at you guys on the screen.
Right.
To have the chat popping at the top, but it is weird. Is Moss's Q key broken? No, he just has PTSD from map 1.
I'm actually not upset that he still held on to it. I mean,
now you've got it for the push now.
Yeah, like, and if you're Florida's going to want to engage with that rally.
They picked the first map also, Zarek.
Oh, just throw Bob on the not there. Aspire. I would have thrown Bob right onto the back of the payload.
Yeah, like, especially at that end of the hallway, like
you had rotation. Like,
I mean, it worked. Question mark.
Yeah, the Dirty Canadians totally picked this map. But in fairness, it's because the Miami Mayhem, who apparently they're called, won the first map, which was unexpected.
Miami. Shout out to Miami.
Look at all that labelless water bottles.
Right. Classic.
Knowing the way the organization runs, they might have traveled with the Circle K branded water, which
you got to do the the thing they do on like American Idol and stuff, where you have like the big Coca-Cola cup, but it's just filled with water or whatever the people want to drink, except for Simon's cup, which is filled with like the blood of his
No, it's still water. It's just the tears. It's the tears from the contestants.
the tears of contestants.
What is it? I think
Got
Sato who used
electrolytes.
to drink.
The Greater Central Florida General Miami region plus Orlando and Disney mayhem.
Jesus, Aspire, you're absolutely cracked. What the hell?
But yeah, speaking of the Coke brand, Sato used to be chugging 2 liters of Coca-Cola during a match. Like anytime there would be a break,
awesome.
you'd see like the 2-liter bottle come out.
Hell yeah!
Which I don't know. I don't know what is it. A 2 liter to what? 2 gallon? I don't know.
We still say liter. We're all fucked up over here.
Because a gallon's 4 liters, so that would have been a 2 gallon bottle.
No, we actually we do 12-ounce cans, but bottles are at this point like half liter, 1.5 liter, 2 liter, 3 liter. All the bottles used to be 20 ounce.
I was going to say you've embraced metric for liquids in a bottle.
Yeah. Well, no. The companies have embraced metrics for liquid in a bottle because they can make it smaller and then charge the same amount.
Oh man.
So the funny thing is about mileage is if you were to go and ask someone, what's your mileage? A Canadian would totally go and answer that. Oh, it's getting maybe 40K a gallon, but we wouldn't call it K. We'd probably call it clicks.
Clicks. What about the odometer?
Well, then if you were looking at the odometer, we would say K. We wouldn't say kilometers. We'd say K. So I got a 75K on it, which is confusing because we're referring to the 1,000. We're not actually referring to the kilometers.
Mm-hmm.
But is the odometer? Do they set that?
So the odometer is So like on the odometer. Sorry, the odometer, K, miles, and small print. So kilometers and miles are both present on it. So like if I'm driving in the States, it's easy because I have it on my odometer. Whereas if I have a car that comes out of the States, there's no guarantee I'm going to see kilometers on it.
It's usually on most of the odometers, at least they used to have the kilometers in the smaller print, like inverse of what you're talking about. Yeah.
Yeah.
I may not do that anymore. I
haven't driven a lot of US cars, but the few that I have had,
I'm talking about the odometer, not the speedometer. I'm talking about the total miles traveled.
That's kilometers. In our car, it's kilometers. Yeah,
it's kilometers. Okay.
Yeah, it's a metric.
So those numbers are just like bonkers big. Then.
Yeah, they're bonkers big. I'm just curious. Like, from the manufacturer, are they just doing miles across the board, or are they doing kilometers across the board, or is it actually calibrated?
Zerek's got the question of the century. Do you call it mileage or kilometerage?
Well, that's how we got we call it mileage.
Kilometerage.
Yeah, we use the word mileage to describe how many kilometers we have in a vehicle.
That's very
incredible. You should try and make it a kilometerage. You should just like lean into it.
I mean, if
I could take a car from the United States, sell it for more in Canada because the odometer is going to be miles.
Well, so the first thing that's going to happen is, presuming it's a Canadian purchasing it, they'll have to import the vehicle, and that import's going to have to require the information who have been converted. And I'm not going to suggest everyone is going to be intelligent enough to know that they have to do all of this before they exchange the cash, but
Yeah.
man, Vancouver is not having a fun time here.
There's so much pink flying around. Wait, since when this map looks like it's skinned for Vancouver?
It's always been this color.
It's always been
weird.
this color. It's Lucio's.
Lucio.
Oh yeah, it's Lucio.
It literally says Lucio on the thing. It's his
And
club.
See that's his booth right there. He's his DJ booth. He'll be in there pounding
I've
out.
never played this map.
Or he'll be up there in the top. Anyhow,
Is he there in the map?
wouldn't that be cool?
That'd be really weird. I mean, it's already weird because there's two Lucios, right? That was always a weird thing about the lore of this game, is that you have two of the same people playing against each other. I wonder if,
go ahead. I was going to say, but with the lore, you have a definitive, like Overwatch versus like these various different factions.
Yeah.
And they all play on the same team to capture a payload together against characters who are equally messed up.
Right. Yeah, I was going to say, I wonder if there was ever a point where they were thinking about just like what this game was going to be, where they thought, should you be able to pick the same character? Like, or like a traditional draft where Team A gets to say, no, I'm picking Reinhardt.
I wonder who the sponsor is the Vancouver Titans don't want on their jersey. When they showed King there, he has black tape over his left shoulder.
Oh, interesting.
I guess someone didn't re-up mid-season.
Yeah, that's funny.
Because if it was a player who started with them, okay, you could sort of see that, like, oh, we got him printed and the contract didn't renew. But King is the newest player on this team.
Right. They would have just ordered that jersey, probably.
Yeah. Morning. Okay.
Yeah, it's a black stripe over there.
I don't imagine that you block out the sponsor in an effort to mourn the queen. But
I mean, you got to put the black stripe somewhere.
Yeah.
They're not wearing a badge, so.
Well, game over, Vancouver.
Yep.
I don't understand this desire to continue to play Ashe.
Yeah, I would have been on Sojourn after how that first map played out. Like,
just not confident.
Well, no, I don't actually.
He's on it now. It's just that
he's had to switch, but it's too late.
The one click potential. Ashe just doesn't have it. Ashe has to like land a dynamite first and then click. Sojourn can just charge up off of Junker Queen and then turn and click. See, it's just like,
oof. Yeah.
And like, so Kaluj yesterday, when asked sort of about the Vancouver Titans, he even responded, "You've got one of the best Sojourns in the league in Aspire." And yet, for some reason or another, there's this desire, we're going to put him on Ashe and we're going to hard stick him.
I wonder if that pivot was made on stage was like against like any of the game plan, and Aspire was like, "Fuck this, I'm playing Sojourn."
I don't necessarily. I think they're given maybe, but I mean, I think they're given the flexibility to make that type of shift now. But like last week when we saw the Titans just get rolled by the Uprising, it was like Aspire was hard stuck as Ashe. And our interpretation, this is the experimentation. Like there was the occasion that Ashe might be used. Losing to Boston meant nothing. You had clinched.
Right.
But like on this map, the fact that they came out with Ashe on attack, it kind of worked out. But on that entire D round did not.
I really hope they start him on Sojourn. Because if they start him on
Oh.
Ashe, then it's a foregone conclusion.
That's the thing. I could totally see them rolling out Ashe on that first point. See? Was it Pizza Hut, Circle K? Red tag's still there, so. Wait. Mirror doesn't have one. Dude, I bet you they just threw an old jersey on King. So instead of actually getting one printed for him, they just had what, like an old jersey available.
Wait, so the
I mean, his name is printed on it, though.
Yeah, but that's like easy to get. But a full jersey screened and all of that?
Yeah, that takes more time.
Weebles! There's another person who should be in stream.
He's playing Tarkov with Penn right now in the tavern.
Dude, that's not an excuse.
Not an excuse.
You can totally play ETF, watch a stream, communicate to us in chat.
Right?
I mean, that game over.
Yeah, not quite over, but
well, they're gonna have just under 2 minutes to get the payload just around the corner.
Yeah, it's not quite over. Don't get picked while the card's still coming out.
Sojourn looks fun to play, but you basically can't play DPS in this game if you want to actually play the game. The queues are just too long. Vancouves. Does anyone call it Vancouves?
No.
And why not?
Drop the van. People will call it Couve.
Couve? Oh, shit. Hell yeah.
Yo. King was nowhere near that healing.
No one's on the point.
C9.
No.
And now it is. Oh, I mean, kind of almost. They pushed him back so hard.
Yeah. I mean, in fairness, Mirror was there, but Mirror wasn't going to live forever without any support.
Yeah.
This is so frustrating. I mean, I don't have an issue with the Vancouver Titans losing to the Mayhem. I have an issue with the Vancouver Titans making some of the suspect decisions they've been making.
They're losing to themselves.
Yeah, because now they have to win like a first round, like their first map. They've got to win their first map, and then they've got to win back-to-back, not their map picks.
Zarek, it's probably a bit like this stream has delay. So there's delay of Owl getting to our eyes and then our stream getting to your eyes. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's creating like
we're probably reacting in real time. Let me see. Hang on. I'm gonna. Where's a? Let me stopwatch. Let me see how delayed the Twitch is for me. Let's see.
I mean, we've been on for 4 hours, so we
Stopwatch. Here we go, and
might have built up.
watching for me. Here we
And
go.
action.
Bam.
Bam.
Now I'm watching. Oh, it's a pretty significant delay, actually.
This is a long time.
Like almost, it's 12 seconds about.
Yeah, that's a big delay. It's
Yeah,
probably
it's pretty,
gotten worse over time because we've been on for 4 hours and 7 minutes. That's no joke. So what we could do is I could be piping it in. Maybe for next time I'll try that, and we'll
see
just
how fast we can get DMCA'd.
yeah. I'm wondering if I keep the sound off basically or very very low, and it's going to be like a small window, right?
Yeah, but isn't like even that minute amount of sound can be picked up? I mean, people get DMCA because they were walking down the street and the bar that was 3 blocks over that way
Yeah.
had, something from Sony playing.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I would be surprised if the Overwatch League live stream was in the DMCA system because it's hard to make a fingerprint file for a live thing like in real time. You can do it, but it's non-trivial. I doubt that they do it. So in that respect, it's probably like security from obscurity. Like no one's going to watch it except us. So it would probably be fine.
Just share it on TikTok. Everything can be shared there, no problem.
Yeah, China doesn't care.
Well, they want the information. They'll take it, by God.
I love how people will republish content as theirs and then chunk it up. This is part 1 of 22 of a full-length movie.
Oh wow.
I mean, I don't know if it's that bad, but as long as the TNA aren't present, you're pretty much okay on TikTok, right? And even then, TNA are okay as long as there's clothes or enough paint.
Yeah. It's still, they seem huge, but it's still probably early for them to worry too much about like really having to come down on that stuff. I mean, it's getting to the point now they have like a significant advertising system. So those same advertisers, like those deals will come with an expectation that their content, will be handled. Like Disney's not going to invest hundreds of millions in an ad campaign while their movies are being ripped.
Okay, so there are official guidelines for this season.
Sorry.
There are official guidelines for this season. Specifically for co-streaming the tournament, but we are past we're past the deadline to have submitted for this specific one, but there is a co-streaming application.
Yeah, but Light Force said he got denied. So if he gets denied, we're definitely getting denied.
I've been not denied twice, so.
I mean, have we applied for
this one?
Have we even tried?
Nope.
We have not tried. Feel free to submit. Show them your stream and be like, look, think of how much better it would be if we had like a little.
If we had it here, well, we got to wait until
play it full screen. It would just be another window. That seems appropriate, right?
Well, it's one of those we can't. We can't do it for this season. We can try for the next tournament though when they put the form up.
That's playoffs.
Yeah, which is even more likely we will get denied. But I mean, the worst thing they can do is say no.
The worst thing they can do is say no.
It's the thing
now. Some of us really can't handle rejection that well, though.
Right. There was a, maybe not a meme, but there was some kind of post I saw on Reddit a while back that was like, the worst they can say she can say is no, and it was like this long like message thread of her just berating the guy, like totally like just destroying his hopes and dreams.
I saw one where instead of no, she just said ew. That was definitely worse than no.
Oh no! Oh, the worst she can say is no. She's like, ew. That's rough.
Yikes. That gets me right in the feels.
Yeah, that's not good.
All right, I got to AFK for a few here.
All right,
Tell
I'm gonna
Florida
try
pump the
to
brakes
see
so
what
I
can
make it
do.
back in time.
Yeah.
No. Don't wanna disappoint Zoe.
Looking for an OBS plugin to stream a YouTube video.
I love Live Force use of the green screen.
Okay,
Non-green screen.
I'm simply using it to block the like chaos that exists behind me.
That's what I wish I had that because like that's why I'm not on camera because I don't want to show behind me right now.
Well, and so that's the other thing is I have the web around attached to my chair, but then over here I actually have like the Elgato green stream set up because part of the problem of having moved everything on my camera's on my monitor's pushed right back, and so the field of view is greater than either one of these provide, and no one needs to see the litter box that's over in that corner because knowing my cat who's right here, she would be more than happy to go and show you how cats use the litter box while I'm on camera.
Hey, the internet likes that though.
True.
Well, cats, not necessarily cats using the litter, but cats in general.
So what you're saying is I should actually just have my camera set up so that you can see my cat? Oh, sorry, Twilight. I mean, she is an Overwatch League cat. She's named after an Overwatch League player.
I thought she was named after My Little Pony.
If my daughter were to be asked that question, she would probably agree. Hence why our dog's name is Sky.
So like each family member has a different canon for the name of the pets.
Well, I mean, we agreed on the dog being named Sky, and in fairness, the Paw Patrol connection was game over. Oh,
I don't know. I only get like one win a week. So if Mayhem wins,
can you explain to me why the Mayhem didn't play this way against Houston?
I don't know. It's every time I get my hopes up with Mayhem, then they do stuff like that against Houston, and then they get my hopes up again. They're like, yeah, they're gonna get better.
Well, like the fact that they're playing meta, they've played meta 3 maps now, blows my mind. Considering that we saw so much Anna Zen yesterday. I mean, great on them to adapt because it's working, but like in our podcast, we're like, I don't see how Anna Zen works against the Vancouver Titans because the Vancouver Titans understand this meta extremely well. But now that it's quite obvious, I think they're boomed here.
See, like, that seems fine, right? What do you think of that?
We got 2 Vocinos. I'm so confused.
Oh, yeah. Hold on. Let me...
Oh, let's see.
That's kind of cool.
There's the rally. Click, click, click. Oh, God, this is horrible.
Nice. We could even do something like that.
Ooh.
I feel like that's where you get in trouble. It's like full screen.
Well, this will be a quick 3-0 for Florida. I mean, I say that in fairness, it's whomever gets the better rampage here. Well, yeah, that's 3 Overwatch.
Damn. Miami crushed it. Oh man, it changed my other name too.
Yeah.
It did. What a bunch of bullshit.
That was definitely something.
Yeah, that's dumb. I wish I could change that. Private chat. You know, Lightforce, you can do, if you have a browser that can utilize your GPU, you can do key colors in Restream.
Oh no, I know. It's just that I have this corner on the right hand side and what have you.
Gotcha. Like the way the view is now, it might work.
Yeah, true. I could actually do it, but I'm just classy.
Yeah, I'm just exploring all the options right now. So like the way to do it actually is RTMP source.
Oh,
Damn.
yeah. It's the Titans are boned.
Yeah, that's like. It doesn't feel like it should be this lopsided.
Yeah. It's rough.
If Florida gets the first pick here, it's over.
Yeah. Oh, that Genji was so
that
low.
Genji, yeah, that was. Oh,
this dance on the edge.
Yeah, there.
oh,
That's
there
it.
you
They just the Titans are done. They game over. The Spire's retreating, and there's no one.
The first Canadian team to fall. Losing to themselves. That's what we said.
Yeah, no, nobody has any logos on that. Where
No,
it's got the tape.
yeah. I think they got a jersey that has an old sponsor that's not paid for that spot.
Where's King from?
Question? Don't know. I didn't know much about him when they signed him.
We should do a StratsCo sponsor for that spot.
Yeah. That's what we need.
No, and if you
So-
did that, you were going for the shock jersey instead.
I listened to, John Green and Hank Green, the Vlogbrothers videos, what have you. Couple of their podcasts, and I've learned through this that John Green has essentially sponsored AFC Wimbledon, a third tier football club in England. And so they used to have like the "Don't Forget to Be Awesome" brand on it, like the DFTBA logo on the kit.
Nice.
They had this in the actual stadium. It used to have one of the stands was called the John Green stand. So, I mean, if John Green can do it, I mean,
Yeah.
the StratsCo bank is, significantly superior, I'm sure.
Yeah, that Silicon Valley Bank.
That's right. All that venture capital dough, just funnel that into the Overwatch League.
There you go. I mean, there were a lot of VC deals when Al was first starting to like buy these franchises. People were getting into it.
I'll take property prices are going up. I'll take a HELOC. We'll get a spot, It's
Hey,
sounds it's
StratsCo
very
used to have a
sound
team
financial
in,
advice.
Was it what game was it?
What?
Was it Rainbow Six or something, or
Oh, that we had a
Isn't there-
team? It was Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strikes? Yes. Yeah. See, there you go. So Strats has experience in the esports realm.
We have so much experience. No, I think it would be super cool to have a team you can root for, get behind, get excited about. It was fun. Even though I don't play Counter-Strike, it was fun just to root them on, get involved. That guy was toxic, though. For what it's worth,
Yeah?
that guy was not. I don't know. He was a weird dude.
Because I think that all sort of wrapped up just as I was joining the community.
Yeah, he was into it, but it was, yeah, I don't know.
Man, I told you guys to tell him to slow down.
Okay,
He's rode the
Vancouver,
tide and announced pretty well.
they did the exact opposite. Like, to the point that they got spawn camped on opening spawn.
Mhm.
They finally made it out the doors, died, got spawn camped again. Took a while to get out the door, died, got spawn camped. And then to get out of spawn, they popped a rally and immediately lost someone. Like,
Perfect.
and so all the mayhem had to do was essentially just get out of spawn and move the car, like rotate a tire, and they pretty much won. Let's see, who'd they say we're getting? We're getting Checkmate and someone.
That was the last game, right?
No, there's one more. Toronto
There's
and
Toronto.
Washington.
Toronto and Washington.
All right, should be good now. Man, I was just thinking about it, Vecino. I wonder if you can do like for when the match is going, just like a small shot that is just the like the map time.
I could. Yeah. I mean, if it exists somewhere, I could do anything that exists. I could do just a screen capture
Well, that's
of.
what I was saying. Like, well, no, like of this. So that's what I was saying. Like, just do a. Well, how much? Like, I don't know this setting. Like, how much control do you have over like the virtual window? Is it you have to do like the full screen?
Of the virtual window. What do you mean?
Like, okay, like I don't know with Restream how much you have access to. Uh,
I mean, I could
like,
like
can you
move
like
this
snip a
around.
no? Can you like snip like a portion of a window, or is you have to like have the entire window as like a fixed thing?
No, I could snip. Well, so this is going the Overwatch stream is going through OBS virtual camera, so I can do anything, any
Oh
kind of
yeah,
quad.
so that's what I was saying. Like to remove any sort of like potential legal ambiguity, the map timer is always like that top center. Like if you just took like that top center bit where it's the like the different like the percent cap or like the map time. If you just had like that little bit,
Yeah,
that would be like a way. It's like, hey, this is where we are. If you're like watching along without
right.
getting
Yeah.
into sort of like, I feel like
I
that'd
mean,
be
I
like a
wonder
pretty.
if just like vertical like this, if that is that big of a deal. I don't know. I mean,
I
it
mean,
probably is.
I was gonna say I wouldn't
Like
with
if I think like this, it's like that looks
yeah.
like a problem to me.
That's hugely. I mean, I think any of it where we're showing any appreciable amount that could be construed as like a inadequate like replacement, or
Yeah.
I think we're like rolling the dice. That's why I was saying like if it was just like that a small cap that was just the actual like a referenceable thing like the map time or like cap percentage.
Yeah. Once it comes back on, I can mess with it. It's going to be a little wonky though because I think it still will require a 16 by 9 like artboard or whatever, but
Yeah,
then
you could do
crop
a 16. Yeah, just crop it in 16:9.
and just like
Easy.
blow it up.
Yeah. Like it's the goal is not for it to serve as a replacement for the stream, which is I think where you get into the legal ambiguity of it all. It's more the goal
Yeah.
is to like give people like something to see like off of this right here. Like this would be a great little like bit to like snip. That's probably the biggest variant.
All right, I'll be back.
All right.
Have fun.
Yeah, you can see there in that shot where they were how far they got the payload. See, so you know what's up.
Dude. I'm so sad Zoe's not on the desk right now just to like shit talk
Yeah.
that pred. Oh man, I'm so sad that she's not on the desk to shit talk that pred.
Come back.
It's gonna be a bit.
StratsCo gonna get in here for the Justice
Oh,
I
game?
he's
don't know.
grinding.
It's
He's
going to
grinding
be
classic.
over. Maybe on the next one. Now that he knows what to expect, come back.
Man. All right, let's push things here. Let's move some screens over.
I'll be back a little later.
F's in the chat.
F's in the chat. Oh my god! Motion at the front door.
No, we're back on this
Motion
game.
at the front door.
Back on this.
F's in the chat. F's in the chat. All right, come on. Come on back. Oh man, I kind of want another drink, but
But what?
Have anything? Could have an energy drink, perhaps.
I did. Ah, checking in on the World of Warships sitch. Okay, it's a heads up again, it looks like. Gross.
The world of warships. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Santa Chai.
That's 400, 400, 1100.
For
Yikes.
our, what is it called? Naval
Naval
battle?
battle? Yeah.
Yeah. All right. All
It's
right.
gonna be a nasty one.
I might be able to participate. I'm going to try to get in there. I just want one, like, maybe, yeah, like one ship per nation would be good. Can do an overlay too. I don't know what that consists of. Overlay. Use overlay to add images on top of your stream. Recommended size 1920 by 1080. Video clips. Upload and play videos on your stream. Supported. See, what I really need to do is get the RTMP source. Problem is, I think it's a higher tier. Oh, it's back. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, this and the one that's they've got up right now that's got the actual like progress bars, like like
I mean, it's getting really pixelated, but
so. I mean, you could also like we could go back into like actually no, that one wouldn't work either, would it? Yeah, like just anything that like
I mean, that's basically right. I mean, that's what you mean. Yeah.
Yeah, like that's all you need. And you can just like we don't even have to like have it up for like all these commentary sections. You could just
Yeah,
like
you
turn
can easily like boop, kick it off.
that way we can at least like people know where we're at. And like there if anybody tries to assert that that is somehow an infringement or a replacement of the stream, then like lol. I disagree pretty strongly.
I kind of want to upgrade though to the RTMP source, because then what we could do, which would be super freaking cool, is we could each in OBS, we could stream an RTMP source like directly to here. Use this as the switcher. Have like game video. Be super cool. Have like each like 3 streams of Tarkov, for example, and then you can like swap between. It would show our names on there. Be pretty pro. I should see what I want to see is like, can I add someone? I just want to add someone as an admin. How do create team? Invite member. What's your email again? authstrats@gmail.
Yes, in case anybody out there who ever watches Twitch, this Twitch video wants to know what my email is.
I mean, it'll probably die anyway. It'll fall off. All right, we'll see if that works. Pending invite. I added you as a co-host. We'll see. You have 0 seats left. Okay. Damn, the next tier is $41 a month.
Yo. That is not an insignificant cost.
No, you got to be serious into streaming. Full HD in studio, split audio track for recording, 4 total seats, no restream watermark. Plus, you get the RTMP source, I think, hopefully. Do you? If not, it's not even worth it. Try to get work to pay for it, maybe. Secret Destroyer. Now I'm like on it, man. Let's see. Let's hit up some background music. Future pop. Not, I don't think so. Let's do chill, down tempo, lounge. Let's see what. F's in the chat. I gotta post this. This is a terrible meme.
What? Whew. Good golly.
God bless you. I don't know how to do the thing. Good golly, Miss Molly.
Man, anytime you sign up for something, it really should make you confirm your password. You are just like,
Like to make sure you typed it in correctly.
yeah, because like when you're registering for something,
Yeah.
because if it doesn't give you the like, hey, type it in twice, or give you the option to view password, which this restream did not, then like the one shot,
One shot.
screwed up.
One shot,
Screwed
one
up.
kill. What's the
Then
deal?
like you're gonna have to go through all the like misery of like reset.
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. So now I can be either me or I can be StratsCo team.
I believe I can fly. Yeah, I wonder what happens. So if you go to studio.restream.io as, I guess, StratsCo, I would think you'd have more options to do things.
It shows that we're live already.
Okay.
Oh, live in 720p. Let's go.
Yeah.
30
Hey,
FPS.
that $41 a month. We could upgrade to 1080.
For how it's 40 something bucks a month.
$41 a month is the next tier.
That's insane to me. Like, the other thing about like, I don't know. I feel like the flaw that I see with a system like this personally is like I would think I like what a lot of content creators out there do, where they stream somewhere, but they do like they either have like editors that handle VODs, or they upload clips themselves, or they record segments of the stream and upload that, to somewhere like YouTube, where like, because you interact with the audience where they're at, and like you have your like live audience in one location, and then people who prefer to watch VODs or clips and stuff, like they're in a different location, and you can interact with those with some exclusivity and like compartmentalization to cater to those audiences better. I think the interesting thing with something like this, where you are like going to everywhere, like, yes, it unifies the chat for the streamer, but it doesn't unify your community in one location. They can't like interact with one another as well.
Yeah, I'm actually not in it for the restreaming. I'm in it for the studio tool. Like, I think that's the easier thing. It's really nice, clean setup. But even if I was streaming only to one platform, I think it would be a good method.
I don't know. I think just getting everybody on a Discord would be like just as effective. Like, it wouldn't be, because then you can just like do whatever you want within OBS.
Yeah. I don't know. I mean, then you're kind of going through you, right? Whereas let's say we had 10 people on, you have one upload, one download, on Discord, I have like all those video streams, plus I'm like the single point of failure, I guess, whereas I could drop off here and it'd probably be okay.
I honestly, I don't think
wrap it, I guess, and cut out all the windows and everything. Might work.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know that it actually would like keep you, like if you DC'd as like the primary thing, like I don't know that it would necessarily keep going.
I don't know. You could try it. I mean, Discord's like video thing would look okay. I think, like if you just maximized the window and did a screen capture, might probably serve the purpose. I mean, it would definitely serve a $41 a month ROI. I think. But,
Well, and like also with Discord, now that you can like hide, you have the option to like show or hide self, and you can have like a stream independent of your video showing as well. You could like pick and choose what is and isn't shown, and then just chroma key out the back.
yeah, it's just not like a video studio, you know. So like you're in menus and you're opening things. It's just not designed like that. Whereas it is nice to just be able to like drag these boxes around and like move things around, you know. Like if you were actually running something where like, okay, I'm going to interview someone, I've got like a bunch of boxes over here, I'm going to spotlight them, I can see it.
But you can do that, like this exact thing can be done on, like some of that can be done on Discord.
Yeah,
like,
I
not
just
all of
don't
it,
think
obviously.
you're seeing all of that. So like you're in the window, you know.
I don't like being on this side. Put me back on the other side. It's weird now. Fix it.
Joshi has left the server. Quack has left the server. It was definitely spam. All right, where's this next match? Like, let's go. I might have to call it early if they don't come on pretty soon.
Do you have music going right now?
Yes.
I was like it's very weird against like the stream music that I'm listening to.
The stream music?
Like,
oh, from Overwatch?
Yeah.
I see. Yeah, I could kill it.
It's time. I mean, like they're on the stage already. It's about to start.
I'm excited. I'm ready to pull it up as soon as they bring up the timer. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. I am so hungry. I'm gonna crush some.
I am decently hungry. I'm definitely going to be finding dinner when this match is over. I will probably not watch the post show. Like I watched the entire thing. I don't need the post show analysis. I know what's going to transpire tomorrow.
We lived it. No, I'm gonna get some Thai food. Date night. Let's go.
Cheat day is tomorrow. I gotta behave still today, but I am damn hungry. I will be scrounging around to the pantry. I might get Thai tomorrow though.
All right, let's see.
Boom.
Boom.
Yeah, we could even. Well, we can't snug it in too much more because some of the other map formats need more space. So.
Yeah, I set it up for the other one.
Yeah.
But also, the way it is now, it includes the text on the bottom. So, like when there's a
when you see like contested or whatever.
Yeah.
I suspect I'll be really surprised if Toronto doesn't take this.
Washington Justice has never been that hype to me that I remember.
It's crazy to me that they picked up Happy, and like Happy hasn't just like gone and just like done huge work with it.
I mean, I guess I'm rooting for Toronto.
In this,
Mostly for
I'm
Light
rooting for
Force.
Toronto for sure. I'm rooting against Taco, just like on principle.
Uh, wait, tacos for.
He's always he's been in Washington for a while.
Oh wow.
Also, since this is like the true home crowd, the crowd hype noise is great.
Ooh.
That was ambitious. Oh, and they invested the Brigitte ult as well. Yikes.
Damn.
What, he about yeet himself out? Yikes.
Yeah, when it gets into these like little rooms, it's hard to follow.
Yeah, well, and that's you as somebody who's played this map a lot and knows like all
Yeah.
the characters.
Look at that Lucio just looking for a boop. Give me that
Mm-hmm.
boop.
Yo.
Ouch. The dinks. Oh. Man, every single map, every single team, Sojourn just wrecks.
Sojourn is really strong right now. I mean, you basically get like you get like some of the pressure that Soldier brings with left click, and then you've got like the dink potential akin to a Widowmaker. Like you get to have both, but
Sorry,
you have like better mobility than Soldier. Maybe not quite as good a mobility as Widow.
Big. Can you stun Genji out of his?
Not out of it, no.
No, you can't stun him out of it.
No, you can sleep him, or you can like stun him, shove him,
You just
but
kind of
you
pause
can't
it.
actually like. Yeah, like I mean, he just like he's stunned, staggered, whatever the case may be, and then he comes back like out of it. Like the time keeps progressing on it.
I'm really surprised that Toronto got that one. The way I was looking at first. So this game's like I don't know who to root for.
Toronto.
You root against
Toronto.
Taco.
You root
Okay,
against
sorry.
Taco. Easy. Well,
I
you
only
also
like
root for the
doing that
home
when
team.
he's here.
But root for the home team. Like Toronto is the actual home team for this. Like you want to see them keep going. You want the crowd to keep coming out.
Root for the.
They're playing
Sorry.
Canada the whole tournament.
Yeah, this is played on land in Toronto.
Oh, okay. It's
So
like the
like
Hawaii, but in
I
Toronto
think
instead.
I think they're doing Hawaii every other.
Okay.
Probably for financial reasons. I can't imagine taking everybody out there 4 times a year is as easy as like going out there twice a year.
Man, I wish it would do it in Orlando because I'd definitely attend that.
I mean, firstly, you got to have like a team that's like worth watching out there. So you know,
I don't know. They did
What?
pretty good last
What
game.
game
Huh?
wrecked? What are you talking about?
He's got short-term memory loss from last game already.
I mean, like I'm not even mad. Like they're coming in bottom seed and they're still in it. Like I'm impressed. Oh, swords and barriers.
Damn.
Damn. Justice got a nice amount of percentage.
Nice indeed.
Oh, that's what happened. I wondered where the other ult had gone. Mm-mm-mm. Ooh.
Ooh. Junker versus
Oh,
Junker. Junker on Junker action.
damn, everybody dying.
Yeah, that was.
This is like, what is this? This is like C tier, man. They're just running around like crazy, getting random picks.
Oh, that's big. Oh.
OT.
Yeah. I guess Light Force got held up in the interviews, but
Yeah.
it's asking like the question of how do Hisu and Aldo like beat Decay, like specifically like tournament. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Oh my god. And the blade
Secure
comes
it.
out through the window. Nice. Ooh. Tracer got wrecked.
See, how can you root against that crowd? Look at that crowd go.
They love it.
Tour better than USA, huh?
Man.
Well, well. Man, it seems like this is going long.
This it's
I don't
four.
know.
It's four. I mean, we don't usually end up like outside of tournaments. We don't have 4 matches a day typically, so that's part of why it feels long.
Bookings. Oh. Thai food. I can taste the Thai food. I can taste it.
What's your go-to for when you order Thai?
Oh man. My go-to,
Prick
like if
prow
I
fried
had to,
rice.
yeah, Thai fried rice. Yeah, that's no joke.
No, like prick prow though, not just
I
Thai
mean,
fried rice.
I like just like a Thai curry too, though. Mixed vegetables, chicken, spicy. I mean, I go hard on the spice.
Do they actually make it spicy?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I have a problem. Like when I order Chinese around here, I could put like make it extra spicy, and there's always zero spice in
You've
it.
got to get a proper dirty spoon or a mom and pop type place. Like the
Dirty-
Thai place,
yeah.
down the road from me, um, it's not the same during the week, but on the weekend especially, if you make it clear that like, hey, like bring the heat, it will be like for real heat. Similarly, Cat Poop, he's got there's a Thai food truck that he goes to in Austin that sends it every time, like just like sweating from the heat. You just gotta find one,
Yeah.
find one
If
that'll
you
do it.
say like 3, 5 stars, you're gonna get, some spiciness. But if you say Thai style, that's when they know, like, okay, this dude isn't fucking around. He wants the
Three
real
of Dude, 3 of 5 at my haunt. Like Precious can't eat 3 of 5. Like
Really?
when we go there, it has to be like mild for her. Like
Wow.
she's not a huge like spice fan. I usually go 4 of 5, and there was one time where they made both of them 4 of 5, and her food was like she was just like, I can't. Like I literally cannot. Like you will have to eat this.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. My wife prefers um, spicier than I do. Like I'm cool with like I want to be able to taste my food. She's like, no, I just want to I just want to taste the spiciness.
It depends. When I was 10 years ago, I was definitely like I don't want to be able to like feel anything but pain and suffering. Like bring as much heat as you possibly can. These days, I back it down just a hair, but it's definitely spicier than a lot of people eat. Like nobody in my family eats food as spicy as I do. They just it's not their thing, and that's cool. Like whatever. But I definitely don't eat it as spicy as I used to. I used to like if I would be like just sweating like snot, like just whole just
Yeah.
going for it. The fact that I don't have any ulcers is a small miracle.
Yeah. I usually order from this Thai place. I order like 4-star. My wife orders Thai style, and she gets extra. Like she'll order Thai style, and she's like, "Can I have some of those flakes, please? Like on the side." Yeah, she does the same thing with like Mexican food. She goes nuts, just like straight jalapenos, crazy. She gets it super spicy, but they won't give me the same spicy. If you call as a uber white guy like me, they're like, "All right, gringo, I'll give you quote unquote spicy." But then she'll order. They give it to her for real.
My place knows like they know our number and address. Like I'm pretty sure they actually have a log of like who orders what because we used to like we did a special order one time and the next time we ordered I forgot to mention that but they delivered like exactly that special like uh, amendment that I would normally request. So like I know they track their regulars at my place.
This thing is like ever so slightly off center, and it's driving me nuts.
Well, it's because one of the map types, the one that you like built it off of, is the widest one, and it's one that is off centered.
It's off center.
Hmm.
What kind of monstrosity is that?
I mean, you'll see it on map. Well, I think it was map 4 is the one that has it. The oh no, it was map 3. I think it was map 3. The
Defend objective A. Ooh,
oh good yoink.
yep.
Ooh, oh, yo,
Wrecked.
goodness,
Damn.
that was decisive.
Look at that smile from that. He's like, "I'll take it. I'll take it."
I meant to refresh the page because I was way behind you guys.
I think I'm about 1.5 seconds ahead of Vecino right now. So I'm trying not to have like too extreme of a visceral reaction right ahead of when he gets the.
It's okay.
Yeah, like they were still fighting over at the bridge, and then I refreshed, and then they were capturing, almost done capturing. I was like, oh, I was way behind.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
I
The
found
longer you let it go, the more it lags.
I found like what's worked for me to get it resynced is actually like click somewhere back in the timeline and then hit the live
Hit
button
live,
again.
yeah.
to like force it back to live rather than like actually refreshing the page. Because when I found when I refresh the page, it doesn't always like it sometimes put me back on like auto instead of like force 1080. And like for whatever reason, YouTube likes to go like, oh, you only have the bandwidth for 720. Is like liar. I have like fiber. I know I have the bandwidth to stream 1080 60. Go ahead and just do that. But I'm sure they do that to save themselves money.
Yeah, it does that to me a lot too. I'm like, why does it look like crap? And I was like, oh, to go and
Yeah.
force it.
I think it
But-
takes into account how big your viewport is too.
My viewport is near like so I'm watching it in theater mode, but it's theater mode on a 1440p, so it is like 1080. Bob didn't go off the edge. That's a great Bob.
Bob.
That's a great Bob because Bob's
That
gonna
is a
get
great
pushed by the
Bob.
cart.
Yeah, that's a huge Bob. See, now this is a cart that makes sense. It
Yes.
looks slow AF.
But it's like thematic to the level, and
Right.
like it looks neat. That's what I was saying. Like I really like this cart. I don't like the little F1 race car cart because it's like it's anything but fast. It just looks really weird and out of place to me.
Lucio.
Mm.
Lou. C. Oh.
Are we doing a hook thing?
A hook thing?
Yeah, Rufio.
Yeah. Thank you, Zarek. Do you remember like the Rufio chant from Hook, Vecino? Come on.
That's what I do Lucio for. No,
That's
I'm-
what I just asked, and you were like, Hook?
Oh, I didn't hear you say hook.
You repeat it.
You said Hook back to me.
I did.
My goodness, dude. We need to clear your
Way back in
cache
the game.
next
No,
restart.
yeah, it's the Rufio thing. That's yeah. I don't know why. I
Oh,
didn't-
what a view to see that railgun shot come in.
Ooh.
Oh,
Yeah, you're definitely a second ahead of me.
oh my goodness. Okay,
Junker Queen is such a cool character.
hot, but what in God's name? Dude, they are feeling it. Oh. Oh, did they commit?
Oh man,
I don't know about this.
got
This is a
fucked up.
huge commit. They are feeling themselves. That is so many ults to commit. Why? Oh my goodness. I have so many questions about that. They were down a player with spawn disadvantage. Twilight pops ult. Hisu follows up on that, and they just like want to keep going. Yikes! I mean, they did get some ults out of Washington, I guess. So, but now you don't have anything to answer Assassin's Blade that's coming out, and they have both support ults for your blade.
Support,
So, like
yeah.
you just don't get to do anything for a while. That was so greedy earlier. Man. I mean, so Rally doesn't counter Blade as well as the Beat. I'm curious about the choice to Beat versus Rally.
Rip.
Yeah, they are again a little too cocky now. Holy cow. Okay, maybe they just are good enough to do it.
Yep. Yeah. There you go.
Jeez. Goodbye, Washington. See you next stage.
See you never. Oh man.
Oh.
With the
Good
ball
God.
out.
Oh my God.
The home team. Look at those fans.
So I'm saying, like, how could you root against the Toronto in this situation?
All the parents in the crowd, they're like, what is this? Where are the left-handers? How come we don't got any left-handers?
I mean, not all left-handed people use like a left-handed mouse. Think about like most peripherals are not designed with that in mind, and think about like how counterintuitive like keyboard layout would be. You'd have to like go over to like OKL semicolon type thing, like, and do some serious like key rebinding as well. I think most Southpaw like gamers are
Southpaw gamers, yeah.
likely just still playing like mouse and keyboard in like normal
Interesting.
orientation. I only like Precious is left-handed, but she goes right-handed mouse. Her dad goes left-handed mouse, but he doesn't play video games. So
Word. Word.
no, I think you missed the one more click to get the timers back up.
Are we back? Oh.
Yeah.
Yoink.
Well, that was quick.
Yep. I mean it had to be quick because they need to get there with a better time bank. Realistically, with how bad they got bodied
I mean,
on at
yeah.
least the opening, like they stalled a lot of timeout after they got in the building, but I mean Toronto just free pushed the streets.
Yeah.
So since you have to finish, you need to finish with time because they're going to make a lot of use of those 59 seconds compared to what you might be able to do.
I was surprised when I looked up because I was like, yeah, it felt that guy really bodied, but 59 seconds definitely not feel like they'll have that little at the end.
Yeah, well, they lost a lot of time in they lost a lot of time in the building, so like they need to get some extra time because they're not pushing as fast and as hard as Toronto did at all. So they really need a better time bank.
Yeah, the pro ashes are so good. It's just like mind-boggling.
Yeah, the number of ashes that I've seen in my games before, where just like dynamite just like kind of lands somewhere.
Right.
The
Let me
concept of
put it
shooting the
like near the
dynamite.
cart. It'll probably hit someone.
Yeah, I'm not going to say that I have 100% like accuracy at shooting the dynamite when I get Ash as a hero in like Mystery Heroes, but I am I at least attempt. Oh, Counterblade.
Woo. 1-for-1. Lucio's down though. It's gonna be rough. Oh, they might save it. Nope. Nope.
No.
Nope.
I was waiting
Nope.
till you catch up where you're like, maybe they'll save it. It's like, no. I think not.
I mean, I figured it was over once Lucio went down, but then they started looking okay. Lucio's pretty fast to get back. I don't know, but no.
Yeah,
Weebles asks, are we starting a StratsCo esports team for the Overwatch 2 launch? First of all, they're playing Overwatch 2 in Overwatch esports now. So we're late.
I mean
But
that's the StratsCo way.
StratsCo way. I do wish we had a team somewhere. I will say
We had
that.
one. We had one for CS:GO for a while.
I know, but like it would be really cool to have a team for something. They have Tarkov teams. Pro Tarkov. And it's not really pro, but like they have like, people put on competitions and stuff.
Oh. Oh, he actually got that. Did he hit that? I think he hit that.
Weebles, let's do Pro Tarkov. I'll dedicate about 30 minutes per day to train. Think that'll get us to the top? Let's do it. Do it to it. Oh,
Yikes.
rip
Yeah, I mean,
all she wrote
it's not quite all she wrote
No, not
because
quite.
they have
Yeah.
nothing
on that
left.
fight. Anyway.
But yeah, if Decay gets some work done with this, they're gonna push deep in at least. But they didn't make it with the kind of time that they needed to, unfortunately.
So is this
He
Brazil?
just threw it away.
Isn't
It's over.
Lucio
That's
from
that.
Rio?
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh.
I was like they're gonna place I will pull. Like, oh, I have
I
ult. Let me just dive into the other team.
man,
It's a crime
Decay
to kill Lucio
just
on
threw
this map.
that so hard. Good grief, man. I can't believe Washington is just boomed out of their brains. Oh yeah, this is the one I was talking about, by the way, Vicino. It was this map type. You see how like the UI, the bottom part of the UI is off center?
The bottom part of the UI?
Like look at the bar at the bottom.
Oh yeah.
The track.
So when you did it, you had built it off of
What?
this.
Yeah,
So
why
it
did
was,
they do that?
that's a great question. I
Jesus
don't know.
Christ.
It's hideous.
That is
It's not even left. Is it left
offensive to me.
justified? I don't
No,
think it's even left justified. It's like the
it's
bottom part
what
is
is
slightly
that?
indented.
Oh no.
Yeah, man. It's just like it's like seeing a kerning issue. Like
Oh
why?
my god. What is that? hanging
Nope.
off the side, hanging Chad. God.
Oh, there we go. Pushing
I
overtime,
mean,
I guess.
even if they finish, it's still
It's a good rally.
yeah. Even if they finish though, like it's going to be rough. Or you can't just let them have it.
Yeah.
They nearly didn't touch. That was almost like a back-to-back no touch.
Ooh, damn!
Wow.
What?
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Color me
Some
surprised.
kills, man.
I did not
Jeez.
expect them to finish that map
Yeah,
after they threw that overclock. I
they
thought that was
turned
it.
something on. That was weird.
So now it's a minute versus a minute 59, I think.
Something like that.
I think it was 49 seconds.
Yeah, one
Or it
of
might
them
have been
had
59, yeah.
one of them had like 59 seconds and the other had
Nothing.
yeah. Okay, so yeah, they just add the minute to both. So I don't think Washington are going to be able like they were slower pushing out the first time. I don't think they're going to be able to like aggress hard enough. I think the 2 minutes is going to be enough time to actually build up ults and like just push. Goodness gracious. Oh! Thrown knife kill. Show me that in slow mo.
Give it to me.
They did it with Dante hit one 2 weeks ago, and they did it in slow mo. It was glorious watching him just like pick a Genji out of midair with it. Oh my goodness.
GG.
Yeah. Oh my. It. There was like. Wow. That is a low bar. Opener couldn't get back on. Oh, not that it would have mattered, but
All right, I gotta jump off.
hey, you had 33%. You had 33%.
All right,
You had
see ya.
33%. They only have to cap 33%. Oh. Yeah, 33%. That was, man, Washington has just boomed. I don't think there's any hope of not being boomed. So, and okay, so Washington is now going to lose 2 map picks, it looks like, because they picked first map also. Yikes. I wonder if Taco's watching. Taco says Washington always lose when he watches.
Ooh, Lucy that.
Yeah, that was crazy. Oh.
Ooh.
All right, that's that.
Okay, here in the background.
Yeah. Man.
It is over. All right, I'm going to end the stream since I have to go anyway, and it's basically over.
Yeah, I would say this is probably a foregone conclusion.
Yeah.
Washington is just boomed.
I'll figure out the details later. And probably when you re-log in again through your account, you'll be able to like control all this stuff anyway.
Yeah, I'll have to see.
All right, this is a fun experiment. I'll catch you
Yeah.
guys on the
I
flip.
gotta get my camera situation fixed.
Yeah. You can do like the blur and stuff from inside the Restream interface too, if that's easier.
Okay. I'll try that out next time maybe.
All right. See you.